All right. We're live. Welcome, Black Angus. Usually I'm live hosting All American Beef, as I am a bovine American. But BA was interested in debating Tyler. And so I figured I'd reach out. I have good history with both of y'all. I have not gotten to stream properly with BA directly. We were together on I guess, impromptu trash cast, but it wasn't much interaction. So I won't be interacting with you directly much unless there's like an after debate period and you're just hanging out. But otherwise, I guess in the groundwork, from what I know, I don't know this previous history, but Lucid Comic Production, he had a stream with my buddy Dan, Godfo Universe of Apollyon 20XX. And previously on that channel, there was a debate of Tyler and this guy, Tony James. I have not watched it. I'm just aware of it. I'm planning to go back. But I guess some of the conversation in that made BA feel heated in some way. I don't know the specifics. I'm just going to be this neutral party because, again, I have good history to some respect with both these guys. And like what they do, I haven't got to ingest BA's property, the what's the name of your book?
Vigilante's Creed, dude.
Yeah, Vigilante's Creed.
Yeah. Have not gotten to read that, but I have read one entry of Tyler with the Super Plumber Girls. I think it's fun, cheeky stuff. Don't know the full extent of his artistic ability though, but again, good history. So I'm just gonna be watching y'all, try to be attentive. Only interject if I need to like break it up and like lock in horns and reset y'all. Otherwise, it's
feel free to expound, man. If you like. Go more into that. I'm like, that'd be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Or if the chat has questions, previous debates, that's always nice.
Basically, I'm just going to avoid unless I see a key point. I'm not gonna I'll just be sharing the chat at the bottom, unless I'll only be interjecting if there's like a very pertinent point or if it's super chat. Otherwise, y'all can figure out your introductions and the issue at hand exactly. General topic, quality versus quantity, but I don't know the parameters. Y'all even want to talk about that. So whoever wants to start, introduce yourself, and then we'll swap and then get into the fight.
Well, maybe I can start and then BA can like introduce himself and then like hit me with the stuff that boiled him on the stream, and then we can go from there. Because I've got no intro like topics. But yeah, Tyler, draw and talk, been making comics for a bit, kind of been slowing down lately. Wearing sunglasses because I had eye surgery on Friday, so like light is killing me right now. So if you see me like do eye drops or like go like this, yeah, that's why. My shtick is I make comics, I talk about marketing. That's my big thing. So I've got huge. I want to say this because I've said this on off air, like to each person, like huge respect for BA and like his ability to like talk, say his points, and it's something I'm like, you know what, I want to get good at. And when he's like, I want to debate, I'm like, you know what, this is the time for Tyler to level up his speaking abilities. So I'm ready.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm BA Turner. I am a novelist, and I am. According to some, I'm not a real comic book creator, but I am currently making a comic book, which will be getting released probably some point next year. But my property is Vigilante's Creed, and I'm just a staunch believer that quality should be the main focus of creators. That's how we improve the space. That's how we improve the medium. That's how we return it to its original glory, in essence. And there wasn't anything in particular from that debate that upset me, but it's just some of the narratives and stuff, whether they're not even necessarily from Tyler, but in general in the indie space, seem to be more focused around quantity and how many books you can put out per year or per month versus what books are actually amazing, which books will stand the test of time. And I think over time, that's going to have a negative impact on comics in general, but especially indie comics. Because I believe new creators are going to come into the space and they're going to try to chase algorithms, and they're going to try to chase what's quick for campaign funds versus trying to get established first and make something that can make a splash and be well known in the long run.
Yeah, so my position on that, and like I know this debate is saying like quality versus quantity. I'm gonna argue that quality is way more important than quantity, but I do believe that as a new creator, quantity is a great way to get to quality. There's this like really long parable. I'll say it in like 3 sentences. A ceramics teacher split his class into 2 groups, like pottery. One was graded on the quantity of pots made and what the final result was at the end, and the other was graded on producing one single perfect pot. For the quality. And by the end, the highest quality work from that experiment came from the group who did quantity, who were making multiple pots. And by the end, they were able to make a better pot than the creators who spent so much time trying to make one quality pot because they were overthinking their work and they produced very little. So my position is that quantity in reps and creating can lead to quality. It's in my opinion, the best way to get to quality is by doing the reps, making more. The more comics you make, the better you'll get at making comics. I've seen the comics that I put out 10 years ago in comparison to the comics I'm putting out now. It's night and day. And I'm hoping that the comics that I put out in 5 years, or even next year, or in 2 years, or 5 years, will be better than the ones that I'm making right now.
So I agree to an extent, but I think there's one key ingredient, pun intended here, that matters, and that's what the mixture is made out of, right? Because you can try to mold shit all day long, and it's gonna stink, and it's gonna fall apart in your hands. And right, comics are all about ingredients, especially us who are primarily writers, right? You've got to have the right colorist, you got to have the right line artist, inker, letter, all of that, and of course the script and the writing. And so I think, and I'm going to focus primarily on new creators entering the space, right? Because they're either going to get burnt out and give up, or they'll stand the test of time and they'll be here like yourself in 5-10 years. But if I think the biggest concern is, right, there's a lot of narratives right now around timeliness, right? Late books versus on time books and all that nonsense, in my opinion. But I think it's going to push creators towards rushing things and taking shortcuts. And I think it doesn't matter how much you practice, if you're using shortcuts and you're not putting maximum effort into focusing on quality, then that pottery, right, it's just going to fall apart, or it's going to have cracks once it dries, for example. And we're even seeing that with, I guess you could call it, indie companies or indie creators that have plenty of resources, right? The quantity's there, but we're actually seeing more issues.
Mistakes.
Right. And so I think it's just a bad example and a bad narrative for new creators. And I do think the less high quality books that we have in the indie space, the more embarrassing the indie space will be, and the more people will be right to have the stereotype of, well, it's indie, it's low quality, right? And then they will separate, like, oh, well, there's the pros, they're the pros,
Yeah.
but then the rest of them, well, we're seeing all these issues. And so I think the ingredients matter, and as well as the approach. But I do agree in terms of your own skill. Yes, writing, that's definitely, practice makes perfect. Absolutely. And I do agree, having more ammo in your arsenal definitely helps you from a marketing perspective. I learned that from selling 2 novels at once, or 3 products with a mini comic versus just one.
Yeah.
It definitely maximized my campaign. But if I would have rushed it and only had one, sacrificed on the quality of the artist, so that one ingredient, and said, well, it would have failed. Or if I would have said, I want to do 5 books and I want to pay a fifth of the page rate just so that I can get these books out, probably wouldn't have made any money because they wouldn't have looked very good. So I just think there's important variables to that scenario.
No, 100%. And I agree with you. A couple points. The This isn't your show, Tyler. I just have that aura, man. A couple points that you brought up. I want to first talk about the last thing. I agree when it comes to quality, like having as you've learned and realized as a creator, the more books you have, the more money you can make in your campaigns through that back catalog. People can buy book one and book two, and as you grow your catalog, and you don't want to skimp on the quality. I've got probably like 5 to 6 comic graphic novels that I don't even talk about that I've done because it doesn't match the quality that I want to put out. I've made them, I've completed them, but you'll never see me make a tweet about them, a YouTube video, or a Kickstarter campaign because I'm just like, this doesn't meet the standards that I want to put out into the world. But I've made it, but I don't want to put this out. And so I do agree that you should be putting out your best work, but at the same time, as a creator, you can put out a project, and if it fails, you can learn a lot from that failure. You can learn a lot from, man, the writing wasn't very good, or the art style I picked just wasn't good. The colorist I chose for this book wasn't very good. How I marketed the Indiegogo or Kickstarter, how I laid it out, how I presented the rewards, those didn't work. Just because you have a bunch of really good examples to learn from, application is always going to be the best educator than just theory. Like, it's not enough for me to go, oh, this is how someone did it. Unless I'm the one who now does it, I'm not going to be able to have that experience. The second thing that the second point is the quote unquote quality of the indie space. And I think for me, that's where I disagree with a lot of people and how they perceive the indie space. I truly perceive the indie space as the Wild West. So the wild, as in like, you can have the worst people creating and you can have the best of the best all in the same. And at that point, it's just a matter of who's able to bring attention to themselves, because I don't want to gatekeep the indie community or the indie space by saying, hey, you're not good enough, you shouldn't be on Kickstarter or Indiegogo, or you shouldn't be able.
Happening though. I apologize for cutting you off, but I don't think gatekeeping is real.
It's not. No, it's not happening. But what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is just like, I guess when you like, what are your views? I guess I'll just use it. I know you said like the indie company. I'll just say it, like the Ripperverse. Mm-hmm. The Ripperverse has been making a lot of mistakes lately in their publishing. I've only bought one of their books. That's all I can say is I bought one book. The Horseman, the first one, whatever that one was. They've been making a lot of mistakes recently. And at that point in the indie world, you have to learn how to live with those mistakes. And it's like all eyes on you. You just either got to get better, improve, and you better figure it out. But you're going to take the hit. And I think that's the great thing about the indie world is everyone can play. It's an equal playing ground, and you're going to get your wins, but you're also going to you also have to be able to take your hits in the indie world.
True. But would you agree that his over-eagerness towards quantity and timeliness could have resulted in such errors versus saying, you know what, I'm going to have a longer period to release this book, right? Instead of, a book every month, I have a book every 2 months, maybe not only would he have avoided those errors, but maybe he could have had higher quality art, because the art objectively is an issue with the Ripperverse as well. Everyone knows about the 3D assets and pages that were there, and then suddenly they're not there and all that. But, had he actually went all out and got, let's say he just hired Joe Bennett for ISOM 1, there's probably a much higher likelihood that he would have retained more customers for ISOM 2 and ISOM 3, but he was in a hurry. And so would you agree that eagerness to have timeliness and quantity can result in such mistakes.
So I think when it comes to like the quality of the art, I think to me that's always going to be to me subjective. Like to me, I either like the art or I
3D
don't.
assets are not.
I don't personally
not
care
actually
about
art.
I don't care about 3D assets because they're prevalent in the mainstream industry, they're prevalent in the manga industry, and they're prevalent in the webtoons industry. 3D assets are used in the industry. They're tools. There's good ways to use them and there's bad ways to use them. And I do agree that like I'm okay with them using it. But they can be used poorly, if that makes sense.
But would you believe that a top tier artist,
a top tier artist
would look better?
A top tier artist in the
3D
mainstream, top tier artists in the mainstream like world, DC and Marvel, they use 3D. They use 3D assets.
Well, maybe not all of them, but if what I'm saying is, had a top tier artist hand drawn,
I think it just depends. I think it just depends.
Would it have looked better?
I think it just depends. I think it just depends. Like I said, the quality of the art is going to be subjective. Now, I'm not here to be a Ripperverse shill. I've only bought one book, and that's all I'll be buying. One thing that we can agree on though is the mistakes that have been made with the printing and the binding, and I will agree with you on that. That like had there been a slowdown in like the production, like it didn't did it have to go out like this week, or could we have spent a week to look over the proofs? I worked at a book publisher for 5 years, and I remember us being like, how is it that we have been in business for 30 years and we're still getting misprinted books? Like how are we still doing that? And we had to come up we had to come up with a system where it's like, okay, once this book is made, like get the proof copy and everyone has to look at it. Like everyone has to look at. So I do agree that like I think, and I don't stay on top of it. I think this is what the third time it's happened like in a couple months.
Yeah, at least second. Yeah.
So with that being said, I do agree that when it comes to like the quality of the product you're producing, you can slow down. There was no rush to put out the book like a week or two. Like if you had pushed it a week or two ahead in order to make sure that the book was perfect, even getting a proof copy should have been the tell. I don't know how their business is run. I don't run it. But I can agree that taking more time on that aspect is good.
Right. And let's say, even if you consider the art subjective in the case of 3D assets and all that, do you believe that he would have had a higher likelihood of retaining more customers, having higher funded campaigns, if he would have improved the quality of the art book after book?
I always believed, and I think I have streams on my channel like from like a year or two ago where I said that at some point the Ripperverse will hit a plateau. Like they can't sustain $1 million campaigns. And to me, I always thought they'd plateau at like 100,000 campaigns, and that's just what they would do. Like I always thought ISOM was just like the look at this, and then in terms of like reps, and when we're talking about like the quantity versus quality, I've said this a bunch. One of the biggest problems that Eric July had is the fact that like BA, when you put out your first comic, you didn't have an audience. Or when you put out your first book. When I put out my first book, I didn't have an audience. When Eric July put out his first book, he had an audience and he made millions of dollars. That's technically his first book, though. Mm-hmm. It's not, and so like he made the problem that with the reason why he has all the scrutiny is he had the unfortunate mishap that his first book did the numbers that an industry veteran would have done. Therefore, because of the dollars raised, it gave the belief that that's where the quality was. So when people are that like, if this book is going to make $1 million, I'm assuming it's $1 million, book. And I think, so when I read ISOM 1 online, I was like, this is definitely a first-time creator's book. And what sucks is that he has the
resources.
aura of being a veteran creator, if that makes sense.
But he also had the resources to actually make it pro level, and that's the issue with
I'll give
most
you that.
of
I'll give you that as well. I don't think.
people.
Well, I think had ISOM been written by, like, let's say Chuck Dixon first, I think a lot more grace would have been given had the book been different. But you read it and you go, this is definitely Eric July's first comic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which, and again, subjective to an extent, but I think that alone proves, right, that quality wasn't necessarily his focus, right? But yeah, I think
but hopefully,
hopefully,
like I haven't read ISOM 2, and I think they're on ISOM 3. Like, hopefully by ISOM 3 you go, this is way better. Like hopefully you get there. Do I agree on the amount of books that they're putting out? That's they can do what they want. I mean, they're clearly making money. They clearly have a fan base. It's not how maybe I would have structured the universe per se. But no, like, I do agree, like, quality should be the forefront. Like, to me, I don't want to put out a book that I don't view as quality, or that my readers aren't going to put out as quality. Now, if someone were to read my books and go, Tyler, this is ass. For example, my friend Travis Gibb was like, hey, Tyler, how's volume 4 of Growth and Magnificence going? I went, oh, it's going good. And I told him the story. He was like, Tyler, that's so ass. Like, that's horrible writing. What are you talking about? And I was like, okay, fuck. Like, I've just been working on this for a year. And he goes, yeah, it's really bad. And we spent probably 3 hours. Like, how can I make this better? And then when I put it out, I got a ton of messages like, this was such a good ending. This is so awesome. I love this volume. And I'm like, okay, because, like, I guess. And I was like, I asked some of that, my diehard readers, what do you think about this way that I was going to write it? And they're like, oh, that was going to be ass. That would have been ass if you'd done that way. So I don't know. I think it's good as creators to put out reps, put out comics, but also get good constructive feedback. Like, if my friend had just been like, that's ass, that's not going to help. But if it was, this is ass and here's why and here's how you could improve it, I think that's where it would be good. Like, it would be cool if, like, the people who, like, don't like the Ripperverse, instead of just being like, this is ass, this would be a better story arc for ISOM, or this is how the paneling could be better. I think that's when you see people level up in the indie world. But then at that point, it's up to the creator to humble themselves to take on that constructive criticism.
Right.
And at that point, that's a discussion.
We won't go down the rabbit hole.
Yeah, exactly.
Criticism.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, in regards to reps, I mean, definitely reps improve, but it's all about form. Right. I'm going to use lifting terms at this point.
I was like, I hope BA uses, like, lifting terms, because I know he's ripped. Yeah.
But it's, and I think where a lot of creators are kind of getting ahead of themselves is, again, yes, it does help to have, more ammo, for upcoming campaigns, right? Definitely when you can sell 4 books instead of just 1. It's definitely great, but there's just too many people that are so worried about releasing a certain number of books in a year versus how can I maximize my first campaign, right? How can I take my time to market it, to make sure there's hype around it, and to actually make sure that, you do find the best artists, because we see this all the time in comics. They go with the first artist they find, or they don't trial out a couple artists, right? And I think that natural impatience is the downfall of a lot of indie creators. And I think it would just be good if, especially larger voices, right, like July and others, would just push advice of, like, hey, take your time, focus on these key aspects, versus like, hey, let's just focus on how many books you can put out or how many books I put out. And I think it's also a confidence issue too. And this even happens, down the line when people have had several campaigns. And it's like, instead of spreading yourself across 3 or 4 campaigns, because you have the funds from previous campaigns to put into these, obviously that's how you keep going. Why not consolidate them, market the shit out of one book, get the best artists you can find, up your cover game, all of that. And instead of trying to make 10,000, like, hey, let's try to make 40, 50,000. And I think people are afraid of not just taking that risk. And I get that from a financial standpoint, but they're afraid of, I think, their IP not being unique enough or their characters and their story not being good enough, which if that's the case, quality is not their focus if they don't have that confidence or that passion into their books. And they're just looking for, well, how do I just get a quick 10K, or how do I chase the algorithm, right? Because let's be honest, the algorithm doesn't always give you good things, especially if you're on Twitter. It gives you a lot of shit, right? So I just think that the issue, and I think the same thing happens with pricing. It's the narratives that are now starting to get pushed. The focus is around the wrong things. And I think it's a mixture of everything, but it's always either amount raised and or quality versus like, hey, look at how awesome my character is and why, and look at how unique my property is. This is why you should back it. It's, oh, but I've done X amount of books per year. And I think that just, it gets into the brains of some creators of, well, I need to emulate that versus I need to emulate the quality of a Frank Miller book or the quality of an Alan Moore book, right? It's, oh, well, I need to emulate getting that campaign funding or getting X amount of comics out. So it's more just around like what I believe is good for the indie space and what could help other creators. Because if the space looks bad, it's only going to damage crowdfunding. It's only going to damage everyone's funding. And then you throw the wrench in there of the whole timeliness thing, then it just makes a mess of things.
Yeah, I will say, like, unless you have the infrastructure to put out multiple books, you definitely shouldn't, because I will agree, like, the quality of them will go down. So 100%. I was even talking to the artists I work with, and they're like, hey Tyler, like we're finishing up Super Plumber Sisters. Well, he's already finished with the final book, and he's like, what's the next property we're working on? And I'm like, dude, I'm done. Like I can't, I'm not adding another book, like another series. I'm actually trying to get down because I want to spend more time on my main series, The Girl with the Megafist, and the fact that I have to go to these other IPs instead of spending time on the one that is like the one that I focus on. The quality is going down on that one. So I 100% agree with you. However, one thing that I learned in the book publishing world is I saw, and what's hard about this is differentiating like the creator side of things and in the business side of things. Because one thing that I learned when I was in that when I worked for this publishing company, we would get to meet like I would do a lot of meetings with the marketing teams of various publishers, like, we had like Tor, like Simon Schuster, Penguin, stuff like that. And you're given this database where you can look up any book and their sales. If you work for a book publisher, I totally was kicked out. Like, I kept my password even when I stopped working there, because I was still like looking up like graphic novel sales, and then they were like, hey, you don't work at a book publisher anymore, and they revoked my access, which sucked. But what I noticed in the publishing world is that there's only 2 ways to make a career in book publishing. And the first way is a necessary, like, you can't not do that. The first one, the first way to make a living is you have to keep putting out more books regularly. So I would deal with
regularly.
Huh?
Define regularly.
more than at least like one once a year. Like
which is pretty standard for indie comics for a lot of people.
At least one a year. But the ones that were killing it in terms of like bajillions of dollars were putting out a book every 1 to 2 months. Now, keep in mind, when I met one of the people, I was like, how are you doing $1.7 million a year with your books? And they go, oh, check this out. They show me a spreadsheet and it's literally just fill in the blank. Then this happens. Here's the conflict. This person comes in and you just fill in the blank and then you create a story. So that's why they're able to it's like churning out a new episode of a TV show. You know, those procedural crime shows. Like, we show the bad guy. The team comes in. They do this. They find the bad guy. The show ends. Rinse and repeat. So the first one is every time I talk to an author and they'd be like, yo, how come I'm not like making a shit ton of money on book one on my book? I'm like, well, like, you just have one book and it will last for 3 months in the book publishing zeitgeist. And after that, we're done. I'm going to be done marketing it. No one's going to really care. They go, well, how do I get the sales up on book one? I'm like, you make another book and the sales from book two will then lift the sales of book one. And if you do a third book, the sales of book three will then lift up the sales of book two and book one and onwards. And so the trend what I noticed is that the authors who were able to make a living off of book publishing were one, putting out books regularly. That's number one. And then two, and this is the one where you have your Harry Potters, you have your cultural zeitgeist where it just hits. You have this book that hits, and you can't control that. It just happens. But even then, it wasn't just Harry Potter 1. She did 7 other books. She did a bunch of like crossover other ones or like offshoots. She has her own crime series now, but she still had that one hit. So you either keep putting out books or you have like a massive hit, but the massive hit isn't guaranteed. So the best way is to keep putting out more books. So even if, let's say you have book one and it's making $10 a month and you're like, how do I get to $1,000? Let's say you put out a second book and that book's making $10 a month. You're okay. I just got to put out 100 of these. And so that's where I say, if you want to make money, yeah, quantity on like that side can be good if you want to make money. But then going to your point is the quality. Will any of these books stand the test of time? No. Like they're there to be read. They're basically content. And so that's where the quantity versus quality thing lies for me is there's the creator side and there's the business side of things. I personally don't think that you can make something today and go, this is going to stand the test of time. This is going to be timeless. I think the audience chooses that. I think the audience says Watchmen's good and we're going to make it last forever. I think Lord of the Rings is good and we're going to make this everlasting. I don't think you can go, I don't think the creator can make that choice. The only thing that they can do is make a good book. And after that, the audience chooses to make it timeless. That's my personal opinion.
To an extent, the thing is, if you produce, especially for novelists, but I'd say it's the same for comic creators. If you produce 20 books of the same quality, it's very unlikely that you're going to retain the same number of customers book after book, or that they're always going to pick up every book in the series.
Correct.
And I think one of the biggest failures in indie comics is IP jumping, right? They try to make a quick buck on one IP, and in a lot of cases, it's not. A lack of originality is a huge problem in comics in general, especially with publishers. I know you're talking about how publishers, right, how much they can make and how they're successful, but the publishers are actually, when it comes to comics, doing a horrible job, right? They're in a horrible position compared to 20, 30, 40 years ago. And that's because, right, they want to pay less for artists and they want to inject, right, political biases and all this nonsense. And they're not nearly as profitable, but the quantity is there. It's easy to keep quantity there if you just find artists, pay them less, right? You can shit anything out and print it when you have legacy characters. So the legacy characters aren't even getting them very far at this point.
But that's a problem right now. Like, but comics have still been serialized, like for the last like 100 years. Like, was like you can still do like to me quantity and quality, they're not mutually exclusive. Like when
not always,
like
yeah.
you know, so like when Scott Snyder is putting out, I mean, this is subjective because I personally liked it. Like his new 52 Batman, like it came out monthly. So like, is it like he was putting out quantity? They put out like 50 issues and they put one every single month. Does that mean that it wasn't quality?
Well, it's up to the creator on whether or not they're mutually exclusive, in my opinion.
Okay,
that's
a good point.
Especially in indie, right? It's 100% in up to the IP owner or writer in certain cases, right? Whether or not it's mutually exclusive, and that just comes down to effort and passion, in my opinion. And so, like going back to the indie space, I think part of the failure is, right, they're just trying to chase the algorithm or what's trending, or they're copying existing IPs, right? Just swapping some details out. And there's a very, very short half-life on that in most cases. Again, versus like, how do I create something unique that will actually stand out? And I know, some people have the opinion that, if you create something that's really unique and it doesn't go with any of the algorithms, you'll have no one to market to. Well, that just comes down to your ability to pitch your book. Yes, everyone for years had pushed vampires, werewolves, right? But there are a ton of supernatural creatures that people have never heard of that you can make them interested in them by teaching them, by pitching it to them, by showing that passion. And I think that's what's lacking for a lot of indie creators, but it's also not putting their heart and soul into that individual IP. They don't build up the hype. They don't network well in advance, right? They don't get that sign up, that email list well in advance. And then they don't go in demand, which I know Kickstarter wasn't an option until recently, but they just run the campaign. And then if it's not a series, like you just never hear about it again. And it's like, to me, that means you didn't have that much confidence in that IP. If you did, you would just leave it in demand. You just keep selling over time, right? And then you'd have your next series, right? You just build it over time. But I think,
or you could just put it on like your website and keep selling it. I mean, like,
but if you don't have a following, good luck with that, right? You gotta pay money to get people to get to your site, right? It's like a new creator with no following just tossing it on Kickstarter, right? You'd have to be extremely lucky for it to come across people. And that's kind of where you have to separate, right? The Eric Julys, he's really the only case, but, from the whole conversation, because, right, it was pre-cultivated audience, had nothing to do with comics for the most part, right? So you can't judge that on, your ability to market. Like you have a natural marketing pool there. So
in terms of what you were saying though, with the quantity of like basically just putting out crap because that you can make $10,000. It once again, it just becomes like this like philosophical thing of, like, do you want to like make money, or do you want to like tell a good story? And I think that's a big discussion right now with like Kickstarter. I know a couple creators, and they put out probably a new book every 2 weeks, and on like Kickstarter, and it is just like one after the other. Like I've never seen anyone talk about the story or anything. They have a good enough like 500 to 800 people that will buy these books, like purely just for like the titty sexy content, and that's just a game that you can play in the Kickstarter in the Kickstarter world. And you have to ask yourself as a creator, when you're seeing those trends, like, do I want to be the creator who's putting out that type of stuff on a weekly, like monthly basis? You have people like Pat Shand, who does do a lot of this NSFW content, but he's a phenomenal writer and he works with like really fantastic artists. So he is able to put out a very decent comic book every month. And it's like very good art, very good writing. But there are a lot of people, there are a lot of creators, I will agree, who have seen what he's done and go, okay, I'm just going to jump in right now and just copy what he's doing. I'm going to put out a book a month. And I do agree that does diminish the quality that platforms like Kickstarter are going to show, because then it gets that kind of like belief, like, oh, Kickstarter is just a place to do that. I remember when I was unemployed, like the reason why I have like four series going on is I was unemployed. I'm like, the best way for me to make money while I'm trying to find a job is just to put out a new series. So I pulled out Bullet Assassin, Super Plumber Sisters, My Sexy Witch Academia, the Cthulhu Murders, and there was always like I would always get talked by like some of these creators, like, dude, you could put out a comic every 3 weeks on Kickstarter. All you gotta do is you hire this artist. They're $5 a page. They don't even care about the interiors. They just want the covers. And there was just a part of me that was just like, I'm unemployed. I fucking need money, but I'm not gonna do that. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm like, I with my series, My Sexy Witch Academia, it was marketed on Kickstarter as a Harry Potter parody. Like, if you still read it, because you can't change the stuff once the campaign's done, it's marketed as a Harry Potter parody, and like it's like my art on there. And I only had enough money to get some covers, and like I only had enough like time to like draw like 3 panels and be like, I hope you guys like this fucking idea. And when I started actually writing the book, I was like, I don't want to do this fucking stupid parody like haha book. I want to rewrite this. I want to make like this character more thoughtful, for more meaningful. So I do agree, like when you said earlier, the quantity versus quality is gonna be decided by the creator. I agree with that 100%. Like, it's up to the creator to decide what they're gonna want to do and how they do that. Whether it's, I'm gonna take 3 years to make a comic, or I'm going to see if I can put out a graphic novel every month, and if there's printing errors, we're just going to figure that out. Like, you're going to have to decide what kind of creator you are. And at that point, the only thing that really matters is your agreement with the audience or customer base. Like, to me, if the customer base is fine with it, like, they're fine. They're fine with it. I think if the Ripperverse were to hit like a $10,000 sales, I think they would go like, holy shit, like something's up. And maybe a problem that they've had is they haven't had that, they haven't had that. I've seen like clips of Ethan Van Sciver like putting out some clips saying, hey, I need to put out books this way or something. And I'm like, oh, I wonder if he's just gone criticism. So he's trying to reevaluate. At the end of the day, every creator needs to reevaluate and figure out what they need to do best for their audience. And yeah, I agree with you. It's up to that creator.
So, in curiosity, like, obviously if you do the same kind of style of book, and again, you're kind of pushing more of the quantity end of things, do you believe that if you instead focused on just one truly unique property and went all in on it, do you think that there's more likelihood that you could garner new backers, that you could then capitalize on quantity later on? Because like, do you feel like you're just churning through the same backers campaign after campaign, versus trying to like make a splash and then hiring, like, instead of putting the resources towards 3 books at a time, put them towards one artist that you can not only market the artist's art, but market their name and build your brand by having something that really stands out. So I think that's something that's missing for a lot of creators, is
new creators.
Well, just indies in general.
Okay.
Right. There's a lot of them that they they churn out the exact writers, let's say, right? Because artists, right, if they're doing their own art, right, they're their own, you know, they're their own quality.
They can go, they can be like, I'm working with this project. It's not fair to put.
Yeah, the writer can decide, you know, what
Yeah.
style of artist and what level they want quality wise in terms of art. But like, you know, what would your thoughts be on taking that route versus just spreading it out, you know, multiple IPs?
I definitely don't think you should do multiple IPs until you have at least one good standing IP. So like I put out a book that I don't ever share anymore called The Fifth Pentacle. It's ass. It's so bad. Like there's like one person who bought it, and like I was the second. I bought my own book on the website, so it's very bad. The third book, but we did like 3 issues of that book, me and this guy, and it was ass. And then I did a 5-issue series. Then I was like, okay, this year, this like next 6 months, I'm just doing this 5-issue series, and it was ass. And then I did a 15. I'm not saying it because the fifth, what's it called? I'm not saying it. You're gonna look it up. Then I did a 15-issue series called Demons, and like I really stayed on that. I did like 3 Indiegogos, a Kickstarter. It just didn't hit. It didn't do anything. And I was like trying to learn marketing. It just didn't do anything. Finally after like spending time with all these, I finally found The Girl with the Mega Fist. That book hit. I did volume 2, that book hit. I did volume 3, that book hit. And then I started branching out into different IPs. And what happens, I think, is at some point you do get to a point with your growth that it almost gets, and this is my personal opinion, it might get too daunting to bring in a new backer. Like my biggest fear right now is when I put out volume 5 of The Girl with the Mega Fist, how many new backers am I going to get? Or is someone going to go volume 5? I'm not even going to try to do this because I have to catch up. I have to pay $100 to catch up to this series.
But real quick on that, though, if you have the previous 4 issues, though, by your previous logic, naturally you should be able to increase the amount of money raised, right?
New money is only raised by like new backers. So like someone who's bought. So when I do the volume 5 campaign, someone who's bought volumes 1 to 4, they're only going to be a $20 backer. But when a new backer comes in and they're like, oh, I want to get this, they're $100 backer. So the game is, or what I found is, so for example, volume 4 of The Girl with the Mega Fist made $17,000. I think that was it. Probably only like 9,000 of that was actual Girl with the Mega Fist sales. Like just that book or the series, and the rest were other books, other IP. And so I agree with you. You should pick one. You should stick with one IP until like it hits and it grows. But then when I put out Super Plumber Sisters, if I go on my launch kit, 60% of those backers on that campaign were brand new. They had never backed a single one of my books or had even heard of me. And like maybe they had saw The Girl with the Mega Fist and were like, eh. But then they saw Super Plumber Sisters and like, okay, I'll give this a try. Oh, and I guess I'll give that Girl with the Mega Fist book a try while I'm here. And then same thing with My Sexy Witch Academia. Like the first one, 60% of those backers were new. And so the best way that I've found to funnel to my other series is to putting out new series that brings in new backers who then will come into my zeitgeist. The problem is I don't want to be putting out the problem is though, then you start putting out all these different series and then you start seeing your quality like shrink. And that's a problem. So right now I'm in this, like, I'm not having any, we started a new series and it was so bad. Like I was like, my writing is not, the story's not what I want. I literally was just making it because I knew Super Plumber Sisters was ending. And I was like, I need to replace this. I need to replace this series with a new book so I can keep this cycle going. the art, like it wasn't good, not because the artist was bad, but just because my scripting was bad. Everything was bad because it was rushed, because I'm trying to work on all these books. So
the quantity it can end up being a detriment.
It can be, yeah. So quantity helped me get new backers to like raise more money and to have new books. But now it's gone to a point. It was easy to do when I was unemployed. I had all the time in the world. And now that I'm employed, running a business, my time is now spread thin. So now I'm going to okay, like, what's the quality I can get with the most minimum amounts of books? Like, I'm just trying to get to like 2 series. That's what I'm trying to hit. That's what I'm currently trying to get to. So I do agree with you, like, that quantity can destroy quality, but also quantity in making new series can also bring in new people who wouldn't want to give your like series A a chance, but because they're giving series B, series C, or series D a chance, and then gets them to going into series A.
So it can help with garnering sales, but it could risk long-term longevity on the quality side of things.
Yes, and that's why my marker on my series, at least, is never what's the number one, like what did issue number 1 do? It's always what did issue number 2 do, or 3. Because if those go down, then I'm like, they're not. I always think that people will come first for like the cover or like just the hype to try something new, and then they'll come back if it's good. And if they're not coming back, that's a big problem.
So, question on the Mega Fist. And I almost said Mega Fisting IP for jokes, but did you use the same artist for all issues?
Yeah, that one's me.
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's the only book that I draw 100%.
Okay, now whether it's that IP or another one that you've had multiple issues on,
I had a 15 issue series with my Demon series. It's 15 issues.
Have you tried to, let's say, get a higher quality or a more marketable name attached to it in terms of artists to see if that would rejuvenate it or not?
Well, that's the nice thing about, and that's kind of where like the quantity thing comes in, is that I don't like, I could have 100% gone a better artist for that series, like 100%. I think as an indie you can always get a better artist. Like, you can always get a better artist. But you just have to either figure out like this budget, the time constraint. Do I want to, if they're $100, am I willing to spend that, but it's going to take a year? I think it's up to you. In terms of my Demon series, when I did the first 15 issues, like floppies, they didn't sell. They didn't sell as well. And then when I did it through the Kickstarters, I made it in total after like 4 Indiegogos, probably like $6,000, like in total with like all 4 crowdfunders. So not a lot of movement, you know. When the Mega Fist started doing well, and then all of my other campaigns started doing well, that book, I sell probably 10 to 20 of those books every month now, either on my shop or my crowdfunding. And people like it. So it's also a little bit of like, maybe it just wasn't the right place or right time. I've gone a lot of, or my marketing, it just wasn't that marketable of a book. I don't know. I've gotten some compliments on it. I've also gotten people like, hey, I understand why this one didn't sell as well, because it's definitely like not as good as your other stuff.
Do you think that's because you were kind of algorithm chasing or trying to chase what's trending?
No, I think the only book that I can 100% say that I did like trend chase was the My Sexy Witch Academia book. I think I've said it a bunch in streams that I made that book on a pure experiment, and like I documented it on Twitter, where I had someone say, Tyler, do you think you could put a book out? Do you think you could put a book out and it fund on Kickstarter? And I was like, let me see. So I started a whole new Kickstarter account, made My Sexy Witch Academia. Like, I did everything from like, all right, the cover has to look this way because this is what's trendy. This name's got it. The name of this has to be like this. And it funded within 24 hours. And that was because I totally trend like hopped. I didn't tell anyone the first week that it was out, that was my book. It funded on its own after that week. And after that, I then went, hey guys, this is my book. And this is the experiment I ran. And then it jumped to like 15K. Okay. So yeah, but all my other books, like I wouldn't say like I trend jumped. Like Super Plumber Sisters, like I don't know if that's trend jumping. I don't know if there's a trend on Super Mario, but it was a
Mario Brother movie.
That's fair. I don't know when it came out, but it was definitely it's a parody book. It's a parody book for sure. I mean, I don't see those books. Katie did the Super Plumber Sisters is not the series you're going to be successful, and it's the book to me doesn't look appealing. I mean, that's fine. It's made. I mean, that's the thing. It just depends. Like if you do multiple books, that's the one nice thing about if you can say you have multiple books is you can say, hey, that one might not be for you, but I have this other one. Whereas if you only have one IP and they don't want it, and like there's no amount of convincing, like then like there's just nothing you can do. So like if Katie did's like that's not a series that's appealing to me, then I can go, that's fine. Like maybe you want to try this one, and if not, well then I'm just not the creator for you.
Okay. One thing I'm kind of glad you brought up, and it may go into a bit of a tangent, but
let's do it.
You said about you don't care if it takes 1 year, 3 years, whatever. It's it's between the creator and their audience, right? I've seen you take quite a few shots at people on late books, right? And that's a consistent complaint across some creators on Twitter, on YouTube, whether it's out of jealousy or whatever. Not assuming your intention there,
but not current with me, BA, because we know why. You called me out on it, remember? And I I went back and I went, oh shit, like you're right.
I actually wasn't going to go there, but
hey, I'm willing to be like, yo, BA called me out. I looked at one of my campaigns. I was like, oh shit, I was late. And then literally that year, I had a year late book. Like I've owned up to it. And so like, I very rarely do like, you're like, this is late. I will. Yeah. Anyways, keep going with your point. But yeah, I acknowledge that on myself.
And you did mention EVS, but I have seen you and obviously others, complain about his late books and all of that. If you're not his audience,
why do I care?
Why? Yeah, that, and why is timeliness or even quantity of releases relevant? And why is quality not brought up as a factor in that argument?
That's a really good point. I was really hoping we didn't talk about this. Now, that's a really good point. I was looking at my tweets. I don't think I can't remember the last time I talked about like EVS. Maybe I have like recently. I don't remember. I think so. Like, I don't care that Cyberfog's late for him. And if his audience is okay with it, and like someone can clip this and maybe like show me in the future I might be hypocritical because I say the wrong thing right now. So I'm gonna acknowledge that.
Katie's gonna clip it.
Yeah, Katie's like, I'm watching. Katie's like I'm ready for this. I think that the reason that I care, and I'm talking very slowly so I can like work this thought out. I think the reason why that I care, it's not necessarily like against EVS, but it's the idea that the longer it takes something to make will equal the quality. And that's something that I don't agree with. Like, it's undeniable to say that EVS isn't a good artist, if not like one of the best, like the like top 20 best artists, like DC comic artists, like currently living. Like 100% acknowledge that. My thing is, my thing is with EVS on a personal note is Homeboy has like 10 hours a day, how is it and like you worked in the industry to put out a 20-page book every like month or two. Like, how are you not able to do a 40-page book in 3 years? And if that's the case, does that set the precedent on to other people in the indie space? Because EVS will attract more people to the indie scene than like you or me, or like anyone on here. And so when you go on his Indiegogo and you see maybe all these like angry comments, I think that sets a bad tone. An example, once again, it's just, I'm looking at the people who are complaining, who are like, I thought this was going to happen and blah, 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 and they're lied to. And maybe because of that, they choose not to back any other indie books. That's my only thing with
clarify. To say lying to them is kind of an assumption, right?
Sorry,
because you provide an estimated...
Did I say lying? Did I say lying? Yeah. Okay, my bad. Okay, don't clip that. Okay, not lying. Setting the expectation, you know, like when you do the crowdfunding, it says like estimated date, and then that audience member goes, I thought I was gonna get it in June 2020. And like not setting the expectation. Because to me, I think that's the biggest problem in crowdfunding, is setting the wrong expectations. Honestly, if there was a creator, he does Godhood Comics, he got a ton of flack because he put a Kickstarter and he said this book will be done in 2026. He did it. He started raising the campaign in 2023. Everyone's like, 3 years? And he goes, yeah, that's how long it's going to take me to make this book, motherfucker. Like, what do you like? He was very upfront with the expectations. And so I think to me, that's a big problem. If you say, hey, this book is going to take me a year ETA, but you know it's going to take 3 years, just say it's going to take you. Just say it's going to take 3 years. I don't think people are going to have a problem with that personally. That's my only take. I haven't backed EVS. I've only had like 3 good interactions with EVS. But that's my only thing. It's just the setting up of the expectations, and then looking at the backer comments on his Indiegogos, and you can see there's upset people who felt like those expectations weren't made.
And I mean, we have to also concede that there's a possibility that some of those people are trolls in the comments, right? Or scorned creators that were once in a circle. There's nuance to it all, but you know,
that's fair.
You know, focusing on him for the moment, you know, the thing is, he didn't just do one book, so he ended up upping his quantity of books and quantity of pages on a lot of his campaigns, right? So
he's done a lot of like those reprints or those remasters. Yeah.
Well, not just that, right? He had Dark Harvest going at the same time as, I think, Cyberpunk 3, and then on top of that had Rainbow the Brute, right? So he's juggling all 3. He's increased page counts on a couple of the books, right? Yeah. So that, of course, right, pushes out those estimation dates, which is natural, and he does keep his audience, you know.
But my thing would be then. My thing then would be from a business standpoint, like for me, I've got all these series. I'm not drawing them all because I know I can't. So to me,
he's drawing them all because he's so anal about quality, right? And I think we can admit, like, his level of detail goes well beyond,
correct,
you know, any of your artists and most people's artists, right?
100%.
But time is going to take longer.
But at the same time, though, Katie, I know you're not very familiar with me, bro. I was here in CG at the very beginning.
Did you misgender her? Just kidding.
I've been at this. I've been part of the whole CG zeitgeist from the very beginning. You don't got to educate me on smaller creators. I was there at the beginning.
One thing I do want to, and I hate to bring it up, but it is known now, is
it's gonna get clipped.
Right, his wife ended up having a serious illness, like smack dab in the middle of all these books.
I did not
see, and I think that's a problem of, you know, obviously people in general will assume that someone has all the time in their day at least if they're doing it as their career to work on books. But like his wife got Parkinson's, right? So it turned his life upside down, right? So that obviously will take time away from your art. And then on top of that, you decided to do a couple IPs, right? So that's just one of those things when it comes to, and I guess we're shifting a little bit away from quality and quantity, but where right now, one of the biggest narratives, because primarily of trolls and all that, is late books, and that's what's damaging crowdfunding. But I think people are losing the human element of it, of shit happens, family situations occur, and not everything's in the control of the creators, right? And a lot of people give him shit, and they also give other creators shit, just like Dan Fraga, for example, right? He ended up having a serious like neck condition that was preventing him from working on his book. So I understand people's knee-jerk reaction to an extent of, oh, why do I not have my book and all that? But there's this push of people of just attack, take jabs, make assumptions, but not ask questions and not just be a human, right? Because we're not multi-million-dollar corporations, right? We're not. And most of us, like both of us, we do this on the side, right? On top of family, jobs and all that, right? So, but there's a lot of creators that, because they're so focused on quality and making the best book, yes, it does extend, but some of these guys are doing even 300-page books with insane detail. And I think there should be some level of appreciation and grace towards that dedication. Now, if they never release the book, by all means, unleash hell, right? And they don't provide any reason, and there's no good reason. But in these cases,
Critias, we're looking at you, bro.
People have, legitimate reasons. But the thing is, they could use that as an excuse to just hire someone, finish it, cut it short, release it, right? But they want it to be the best book possible because they're passionate and they want
100%.
IP to stand the test of time. And I think, the timeliness aside, right, and the complaints, I think we need more creators that have that mindset of, I'm going to do whatever it takes. And even if I have to bite the bullet and tell my backers, like, I'm sorry, it's going to be later, it's better to do that than rush it, have misprints, have ugly looking art. But that's only going to happen if the people with experience and reach push such a positive narrative, or a narrative that can be beneficial to creators versus like just dollar amounts, quantity, and that type of shit.
My rebuttal though to this, because I agree with you. I mean, when I was late on Growth of Megafist 4, like I was gonna cut the book short by 2 chapters. I was like, just because I was like, I just gotta get this book out. It's a fucking year late. And I read the book and I was like, oh, this is so shit. It really needs those it needs those extra like 20 pages, but because each book of Girl the Megafist is 200 pages. So I'm like, oh shit, like I need these 20 pages, but if this will take me like another month and I'll have to prolong it. And I was like, I communicated. You communicate with the backers, hey, this is why we're late, blah, blah, blah. My rebuttal though to the EVS thing is that, like, I'm so busy right now making my comics that like I'm not streaming. I'm not making content. I'm barely around even on Twitter these days. The problem with the EVS narrative, despite agreeing, his wife, that's horrible, all this stuff, is that like the last update on some of these campaigns were in January, and then you still see him every night for like 4 or 5 hour streams. I think that's the difference. Is
that good marketing though?
I think at that point you have to. I think at that point I agree. Like
the business side of things, right? There's that balance.
Like for me, because I haven't done like these streams, I haven't been streaming, haven't been making content. My business and marketing side is plummeting. I can 100% see that. And so I do agree. Like you have to keep that business side marketing, but I also know I've taken people's money. For this book. I need to get them this book. And here's the best thing is if I get them this book, I can put out another book and make more money after that. So if I put out another book, I can make more money. And so my thing is, maybe I just don't stream. I get the book out. I still get out my quality book. Like, to me, I think I think Cyberfrog 2 did like over $1 million. I was like, holy shit, like this is groundbreaking. This is awesome. Like, look at this guy go. I feel like he could have made another $1 million had he put out
going to
on Cyberfrog.
Well, between the Rainbow the Brute and Cyberfrog.
Well, he definitely has between all of them, but I'm saying he could have made another like million had he maybe put out Cyberfrog. That's awesome. I'm
being impartial. I'm sharing everyone's stuff.
Thanks,
man.
I
only interfered with Matt Barr before he went live. I saw him in my chat. I'm like, block.
Yeah. So, but once again, like that's like, to me, I'm like, if I was EVS, I'd be like, dude, I just made $1 million. If I finish this book and then I put out another one in 6 or 8 months, I'll make another $1 million. Instead, it's a 3-year long wait. There's all this drama in a way, and it's sorry to cut you off, but
no,
you're good.
For the passionate backers, couldn't that be viewed as a positive thing that he doesn't want to rush it?
It could
to make
be
more money, right? Because
yes.
Sure, he could just rush things. He could cut it short. He could split books up, and he's even talked about in the past where he's like, hey, some people said I could just split this book in 2, right? Just double my profits, but he just felt like the story needed to be one. And I think people forget too, and I think it's Dark Harvest. I can't say for sure, but he like doubled the page count or added, 30% of pages. So yes, you're not getting your book as quickly as you'd like, but you're getting more for what you spent, right? You are getting more value in the end. And again, he could have, with everything he was juggling in his personal life and the multiple campaigns, he could have rushed it, eliminated a bunch of details. But the thing is, his backers that know his DC work and know his level of quality, they would have noticed it, and it would have hurt his business. And on the YouTube side of things, like, yes, some people don't like the drama aspect of it.
Oh, I don't even care about the drama. I'm just saying, like, you're streaming for 5 hours. Can you maybe?
But if he draws for 8 hours during the day, right? That's a full-time job, and he's usually streaming late at night after his kids are asleep and all that, right? So
yeah, I mean, I don't know what he's. I don't know what he's doing with his life. I'm just one, like, to me, and
that's
like
part of the problem with some of these people that are trolls and they're pushing narratives is they don't know what he's doing with his life. For all we know, from 9 to 5. He's drawing from 5 until 10. He's spending
8 hours of
all the time,
hair,
like all of us. And then from 10 until 2 in the morning, he streams. And the thing is, he uses YouTube to communicate to his backers because, yes, most of his backers watch his YouTube streams. He does that to actually push his campaigns. So, yeah, you could say, oh, he could, let's say, rush the book or get it out sooner, cut it short, and then do another campaign. But if he doesn't use YouTube to get it and hype it up to all his backers, he won't get those sales figures anyways. So, and he's making money on YouTube too. So from a business perspective,
for sure. I mean, it's a complete dichotomy. It's a balance. And I think Ethan unfortunately has because he has that mainstream cred, I'll answer that question. Because he has that mainstream cred, I think maybe that's why it's held to a certain standard. It's like, bro, like, you were putting out a monthly book before and it looked great. Like, I have almost his entire Green Lantern run. It's like, this shit's good, and you were putting this out monthly. How are you like not able to do that now? So that's the kind of scrutiny. Like I said, I'm not a backer, so like, I should never, like, you're not gonna see me in the comments or anything. You're not gonna see me in the comments. I think I have Ethan and I have each other blocked. So I think for me at this point, if you want to I think the only thing that sucks is the people who might not have been the hardcore fan or just didn't understand, who weren't hardcore enough to be like, I'm ride or die on this project. I think you risk losing the people who are like, I thought I was going to get this book in a year and I didn't. And I think that's a risk. And if he's okay with taking that risk, then that's okay. I mean, he's clearly doing fine. Like he's making money. People are fine with it. He makes a shit ton on YouTube as well. So like, to me, if he's doing fine and then like, by all means, like he can continue doing what he's doing. And to the people who are pissed off and frustrated about that, then I'll be like, then that's maybe where like I'll go and be like, hey, like if you want an on-time book that's like this, I can point you to these 10 creators. Or if you're just done with crowdfunding, like that's just a thing. That
comment too, though, is kind of concerning, not from what you said, but the fact that there are readers out there that are asking for on-time books versus the first focus being on quality. And I wonder, is that as a result of some of these narratives being pushed by July and others, right, on just it's about quantity and timeliness versus like, hey, you can get a diamond, right, or you can get, cubic zirconium. Like, you're going to pay the same, but you're going to wait a little bit longer for this. Which would you prefer? And I just feel like, again, it's like
it's expectations. But I just think it's expectations. Like these are like.
But why do they have those expectations?
We're comic fans. I was like, you're used to reading a comic every month.
But indie is not mainstream, and that's the problem. Is people need to be educated that they're not one and the same. You don't have a $1 billion corporation paying you a salary, right? You don't have someone hiring all the colorists for you, the letterer for you, doing all the formatting, doing all the fulfillment, doing all the marketing for you. Then it's much easier.
100%.
I would assume
100%. It's like when you have the resources to like Ethan's able to do a monthly book because he was just the pencil and inker. He didn't have to, he didn't have to be the project manager. 100%. So in that case, it goes like, okay, instead of the monthly book, can this take like 6 months? But that's the thing. Like it goes back to what you said. Education is. You don't have like there really isn't that there. It's just setting the expectation. So when Ethan says this book will take a year, I think they go, okay.
But life happens though. And again, this is,
I think that's where the updates come. I think that's where the updates come in. Or like the last update.
Necessarily expect them to share very delicate family information.
That's fine, but just say like, hey, this book is this like, but you can like, okay, I had some personal issues come up. It like this is what's going on. Sure. I think it just comes to expectation. Like when I buy a Batman comic, it's expected for me to get it on January, February, March.
Though. And I think this is part of the problem is too many people and even creators, right, are trying to expect indie creators to live up to the standards of the mainstream, and not even from a quality perspective. Because
just the timeline. No, and I want to make sure that like I'm not like indie creators should not do that. Like one, it's just not. It's really not possible unless you have an infrastructure that you've created. Like the Ripperverse. Like he is trying to create that infrastructure. I guess what I'm saying is, as like when it comes to entertainment, it's all about the expectation. When you watch a new TV show on HBO and it's like it's coming out weekly, if it didn't come out, like if you're like, okay, a new episode's going to come out on Sunday and it doesn't come out on Sunday, you're going to be a little miffed.
But again, that's a multi-million-dollar corporation.
No, hear me out though. So like same thing with a mainstream comic. But like we're conditioned to have these expectations. So when I say on my Kickstarter, the book is coming out in June 2025, and then it doesn't, then people go, whoa, like you set the expectation, like, and no one else did. Kickstarter didn't, or Indiegogo. Like I was the one that wrote June 2025, estimated time of arrival. And then, which, estimated time of arrival, that's a big key phrase in there. But and at that point, it's just communication. If it doesn't hit in June, like they expected it, then I have to go, hey guys, shit happened. It's going to be in July or August. Here's my progress. And I think I think if you're not like a super diehard, like I'm don't worry, like I'm ride or die with you, at some point when lack of updates or lack of communication happens and they're like, oh, just like I'm busy working on it, and you're like, are you? I think that's when creators can get burned. That's when backers can get burnt out with certain creators. I'm not even talking about EVS at this point. I know several like creators who, you know, like when we know them. Like you have like you had like Critias, you had who did Detective Dead or Sovereign. Like at some point you're just like, God, like this book is never happening. And that's when people get frustrated because their expectations weren't met. And if their expectations weren't met by these 4 people, they might go to UBA and be like, you're like, don't worry, your expectations are going to get met. And they go, yeah, but I was burned 4 times. So it doesn't matter. Like I'm not
Well,
even
I'd say
most
traditional crowdfunding backers understand, right, that there's flexibility in the estimated shipping date. Probably 80 to 90%, right, which is a pretty high percentage of your backing. And yes, I agree if someone's providing no updates and it's like they're ghosting them, but that's not the case in the known creators right now that get criticized for lateness. There are updates, whether it's on the crowdfunding platform or via YouTube or whatever. So, and I can speak from experience of backing some of those campaigns. And many of them offer refunds still, right? But again, refunds are at the discretion of the creator. Yeah. So, but I think the issue, like I said, is the concerted effort of trying to prop up certain creators by taking shots at other creators, right? And we see this on pricing. We'll see creators say, "Oh, I'm coming in, I'm charging $10 because I value my customers. All the other people are just overcharging you." Well, that's a pretty, in my opinion, disgusting approach, right? To basically say, hey, all of indies are overcharging you, but I'm not, come back me. Like, oh, all these creators are going to be late, come back me. But in the end, I think those narratives are what damages crowdfunding the most. That's what injects fear that, yeah, because what, 5-10% of the well-known indie creators are late, that, oh, there's a high chance it's going to happen to everyone. And we've seen this with well-known voices pushing these narratives. But why aren't people calling them out for injecting the fear versus just making these assumptions that they're late just because they're lazy? But I think that's a very, very small percentage. And that's, again, where my biggest complaint of the indie space is just the bullshit narratives that are pushed to benefit themselves and just not give a shit about. We'll be back.
I was like, BA was making too many good points. I have to leave. Can you guys hear me, by the way?
Mm-hmm. I think we're good.
I hear you.
Yeah. No, I to me, I mean, right now, like for the past year, I think the only like I don't really follow any of the July stuff or the CG stuff. I'll see some clips, but like at the end of the day, like I don't really like necessarily care. So like I don't have I don't have necessarily an opinion or like a side on basically what you said in terms of the like doing damage to the indie community. I have this like weird like umbrella free speech thing where it's like I guess.
No, I agree. Everyone should have the right to say whatever they want. Like, I agree with that, but it looks bad. General audience kind of blindly following some of those narratives, right? When it's known that some of the stuff that they're pushing is just pure bullshit, right? And it can be tribalism in many cases, you know.
Well, there's 100% tribalism. I mean, I'll be honest. I've muted or blocked most people who are like, I've blocked people who are like, I'm super anti Eric July, and I've also blocked the Eric July is a god and blah blah, because I'm just like, oh my gosh, I don't want to hear from any. And same thing with CG, where they're like, CG's a fucking cult and I fucking hate them, and CG's the best thing in the world. I'm gonna go to heaven if I follow CG and get baptized there. Like I've blocked like the extremes on both sides because I'm just like, man, like, can we just like talk about anything but this? Because that's a super crazy tribalism stuff. I think when it comes down to indie community, you really just have to figure out a way to figure out like what your personal alignments are going to be, not like alignments on like the tribalisms, just like what are the stuff that I personally believe in. And at that point, it's like, I don't know, you just like figure out if you're going to ride or die on some points. Like I'm very much like ride or die on like talking about marketing because I love marketing. I do marketing as a job. I run a marketing business. I love marketing. And if people like hate it, then I'm like, I don't give a fuck. And if people love it, I'm like, sweet, I'll give you more of that. And some people like make some creators are like, all right, I'm going to put out my comic. My marketing strategy is I hate CG or I hate Eric July. Like that's literally just like, all right, like, and they'll make like, and to me, that's where I'm like, go for it. If that's like kind of like the tribalism you want to create. I think really like, there's some tribalism that's like good. I like, cause that's just building an audience. Like I hope that there's people who are like Black Angus, I'm a fucking ride or die with that guy. Or there's just like BAs just like, I don't care what BA said, I'm fucking ride or die with that guy. I think that's, I don't think there's anything essentially wrong with it unless, as long as you're able to like hold the reins on that. Like if everyone's like, I'm super pro Black Angus and I'll ride or die with them. And they're like, yeah, he just murdered someone. They go, I don't give a fuck if he murdered his mom. Like I'm ride or die. I think Black Angus would have to go like, no guys, I murdered my mom. Like, don't shill for me. And they're like, no, we're going to shill for you. Like, I hope you killed that bitch. Like, that's when you have to be like, oh, like I was going to put out a video and someone was like, don't. And I said, and the title of the video was, Dear Ripperverse fans, what you're doing is really cool. You got to knock it off. And it was basically saying like, there's just this one guy. I'm just like, you are doing more damage to this brand than like anyone else. It's that Enlightened Fan guy. Enlightened Fan.
Oh, that guy's.
I don't know how he does. I don't know how he posts a million tweets about like Eric July every day. But to me, I'm like, dude, like, I think you're doing more harm. Like, I'm sure Eric July every day is just like, oh, fuck this guy. He keeps like getting me into fights.
I think he likes it. Well, I mean, that's my opinion.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't speak out against any, I mean, I don't know. I personally, like, even if someone's a fan of me, if I see them like crossing like a line, like I'll
you'll
say,
go
like,
hate.
hey,
You'll
like,
go hate.
I don't back that, but he does not. I've yet to see him be like, hey, I don't condone that. Like, please don't do that on my behalf. It's
correct.
Almost as if it's like.
I know that the Iconic guys had a couple of those diehard fans, and they actually reached out to some of them and go, hey, like, don't, like, you should stop. And I've seen that on like all types of tribalism where there are a couple of people who are just like, ride or die, like Enlightened fans are ride or die Ripperverse. And I've known a couple of like CG people are like, I'm ride or die CG. And it's like, there are no flaws. We are perfect. And I think it's okay to build an audience, but also to have like that understanding, be like, yo, let's hold the rein. Let's chill for a second. So yeah, like we will win. We will win.
So one question I want to pose.
Hold your. I want to interact the chat a bit, so at least we have like a midway point where some people are satisfied.
Hold my horsemans.
Well, yeah. So I want to thanks to Katie for being a 16-month member. Please consider supporting the channel because I want to make a comic. I need money. I work paycheck to paycheck, so I can't draw. I got to pay that. That's the expense, Anyway, this isn't all just super chats. These are things I've starred. This both y'all or one of y'all, whoever feels can interject on these. This is a two-parter from Mrs. H. Coffee Kappa. So where's the quality line? At what point should an artist who doesn't meet the subjective artistic standards not show their work with the indie community or try to sell it? And if people are willing to pay money to buy those comics because there's an element of that comic they enjoy, want to support the artist's progress, why fuss over it? So I feel it's kind of a nag on you, BA, but both y'all can tackle that one.
I'd say, you should definitely share your art whenever you're comfortable doing it, right? And you want people to see it. Where my line is, right, obviously 3D assets, AI, I have a complete issue with. I think they are a complete shit stain on comics, whether it's done in mainstream, manga, indie, I don't care. I think that is shortcuts. And if you truly are passionate about your IP, you won't take shortcuts, right, in any fashion. But outside of those two things, share your art. You're going to connect with someone at some level, and then you just need to build. So I don't think, like I've said previously, I don't think there's any gatekeeping going on or anything of that nature, but you will find out from the audience what they think and whether or not you need to pull back on the reins or if you need to just continue to share your art. So it's really trial and error, but at least share it with some impartial people. You maybe don't want to share it wide to the internet right off the bat, but get some feedback from people, just like having sample readers for a novel, right? And kind of proceed with caution from there. So, but if people are paying for it and they love it, right, there are definitely unique artists out there like Frank Miller. It's not everyone's cup of tea from an art style, but people pay for the books. They love them. So uniqueness and finding your niche can also get you places.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Like, you should just post your stuff, and if like it resonates with the audience and you're making money off of it, good. And I think if that's not happening, then maybe you have an introspection. I know Mrs. H. I love Mrs. H. I got one of her comics that she's made is this one. It's My Name is Jeff. It's a Penguin book. I freaking love it.
Show it. So
shit. That's right here. So my name's Jeffrey, but just call me Jeff.
Rookie critic. We got another Jeff to study.
Dude, it's so good. It's so fun. I'll do a personal anecdote, like if I said that fucking word right.
Yeah, you said it right.
Oh, just I'm trying to use bigger words because BA is very, very like intelligent. I like ChatGPT. Hey, what's anecdote mean? Personal anecdote is I started off doing very cartoony like style work, and like I say it's cartoony. It was my style. It was shit. It was just shit. But I was able to get like a $10 page rate. And then I remember being like, okay, like I should do a $20 page rate. So then I was able to like do a $20 page rate by adding like some color. And I remember doing like, I was like, I want to do a $50 page rate. And I got no work. And I was like, why doesn't no one want to work with me for this $50 page rate? And I finally had a friend go, dude, like your art's shit. And I'm like, it can't be that shit. I had a lot of people paying, $10 a page for this stuff. And they go, yeah, $10 a page because it was shit. And they just wanted to make something. And so I was like, okay, crap, I gotta get to this point. So I like try to level up on my art, got to this point, was able to charge like $40-$50 a page rate. And then I was like, I want to do this page rate. And I just could not break that barrier. And I told my friend, I'm like, dude, how come I can't get this? He goes, that's just not worth $70. And I was like, okay, fine. Like, I'll try to get better. So I think it's just like, you either like, if you hit a plateau, you just got to either go, I'm just going to stay where I am, or I've got to level up. Like, that's just, you have to make that decision yourself.
Okay. I think this one's pointed at you, Tyler. But again, all of these y'all can react to. That's just YouTube merch, to be honest. His audience didn't buy the book because they are readers. They bought it because they're his supporters. This is in regards to Eric and his success at the 3 million. I'm fine with that. Like, from a business standpoint, I don't care. Like I know people are like, oh, it's just YouTube merch. I'm like, all right, it's fine. Like someone said, I was looking into this clothing company. I was reading an interview with the founder, and he's just like, they're like, what makes your clothing line so special?
And he's like, the thing that makes it special is that it's designed by me. And they go, but what does your audience care about? Do the audience cares about the clothes? They go, no, the audience loves the content I make. The clothes is just their ticket into like the show, if that makes sense. It's their way of saying like, I'm part of this. And so when people are like, oh, it's just YouTube merch, I'm like, yeah, it's just, they really resonate with this creator. And it could be anyone. Like someone could say, yo, I just really like someone could say, I like B.A. Turner's like weekly shows. I love it so much. And they're for free. He does it every week for free. Here's $20. I'm going to buy his book because he's passionate about it. And it's my way of saying thank you. Like, I don't like if someone's like, yo, Tyler, I backed your book because I've watched like a year's worth of your content. I just wanted to support you. It's $20, $20,
that's what hookers say.
Yeah. We're in business. Like now what I hope though, is that they read that first book and then they go, okay, that was actually kind of good. Now I want to read 2, 3, and 4. And so on and so forth with all the books. So I don't think there's anything wrong. That's why I say I don't ever judge the success of a series or a book by the first book, because it could just be the ticket. But if they come back for 2, 3, 4, 5 and onwards, and I'm like, okay, they must like the book.
So I'm going to kind of turn this into a secondary question of, do you think that it's a net positive for indie comics when inexperienced YouTubers jump into the space for quick cash without honing the craft first and focusing on quality?
You seen that Dave Chappelle?
Now we're seeing a lot of them join the train, right? In anthologies and all that. We're seeing them, create.
Have you seen that Dave Chappelle skit where he's like the president? He's like, you, and the person asks him a hard question. He goes, man, fuck, I wish I didn't. I knew you were going to ask me some bullshit question. That is a hard one, because I agree with you. Like, there's some creators where I'm like there's like I love Moist Critical, Charlie, Penguin, whatever, Zero, blah, blah. And like, I love watching his content. I think he's great. I love his music. Like, his music's pretty good. He has 2 comic book series. They're not it. The art's pretty good, but like, they're not it. But then like, you have maybe someone like, I saw that Corey Kenshin just came out with a manga, and I don't know if that's good. I hear good things from it. You have Papa Meat. He's like, Papa Meat. He's like, I came out with a comic book or a manga. And to me, I'm like, okay, his might have more merit because he's a YouTuber, but he's an animation YouTuber. So he's used to drawing and telling stories. Whereas like Moist Critical is just like, I looked at this video and it was so bad, you goober. Like, that's the kind of content he's used to making. Now I know Tyler's here in bad faith. No one unironically enjoys Moist Critical. So can you repeat the question one more time?
Just whether or not, YouTubers joining the indie community or jumping into it for quick cash before honing the craft, and becoming passionate about it, like someone like that creating a story, right? Or even Eric July, right? Like, don't get me wrong, I know Eric July was interested in comics, but clearly,
but you do have some people. You have some creators who are like, I'm a YouTuber and I'm going to make a comic because it's
right.
Yeah.
And the reason I asked that is what happens, and it's just like the rage bait, right? YouTubers, right? You see duplicates try to do the same thing and just mirror and emulate. And I think what's happening is, in the indie space, everything's being judged based off of the amount of money something makes naturally, right?
Just because it's the first thing that you see. You hit a campaign, right. It's this name, how much money?
Right. And so what's happening is you're seeing new indies in the space, or just the general audience, some of them that are not, let's say diehard comic fans, they are taking their advice and spreading their narratives. And to me, it's tainting the space, just like rage bait that has tainted the critic space. It has tainted the general audience for films, because, you see the FNT crowd do what they do. And then there's the next level of FNT wannabes, and then the next level and the next level, all the way to people that they don't even make a penny on YouTube, but they've basically trained people's brains to rely on them for information and advice.
Yeah. I think
it's garbage because they're not using their own judgment, they're not using their own critical thinking. And specific to indie comics, right? The one thing that initially made me have a distaste towards Eric July was he said that you should never ask for promotion in any way, shape, or form. Not expect it, but you should never ask for it. Now, if you're a brand new creator and you're trying to network, how the hell do you expect to network without asking for any advice or asking like, hey, can I jump on your channel? Like, that is literally the worst advice. If I would have taken that advice, my campaign would have went nowhere and I wouldn't have the money right now to create a comic. So I think
I see what you're
bleeding into the space, and that's
I think that's
also affecting quality.
I think that's just the problem overall with the internet. It's just in general is like there's just too much information. Anyone can give out information. And I think at that point it's up to you as the creator or just the individual to just do your homework. I mean, I was told for so long, like, do not trace. I don't trace in my comics, but what I'm saying is do not trace. It was like, do not trace. Tracing's bad. Don't even trace to learn. And I was like, okay, like I just won't fucking trace. And I remember like I was about to give up on comics and I saw a video of Sean Phillips making Killer Be Killed. And they showed just real quickly his Wacom tablet. And I paused it and he had a picture of himself like dead on the floor and he was drawing over it. And I was like, I fucking recognize that panel. And I grabbed the book and I was like, that doesn't even look like him. But he took a picture of himself, put it on the tablet, put the opacity out and traced over it, but then changed the face. And I was like, oh shit, like you can do that. So then I grabbed my tablet, took a picture of myself. And then that's how I started learning how to draw. I was like, okay, like these anatomy books aren't working, but if I take pictures of myself, I can like learn. And so, but I spent 4 years of listening to bad advice of like, don't trace. I'm like, fuck, I might have been able to like learn faster. So I do agree with you. Like, I think people are just going to have to figure out like what's best for them. Tim Lim is one of like my good friends. He's, the Common America creators. I asked him like before I was like, what's your guys' best tier on your Common America books? He's like, the book and the acrylic standee. He's like, you got to do it. That's the best tier that we sell the most of. I'm like, all right. So for my first two volumes, I did the book and the acrylic standee. They were my worst selling tiers. I'm like, bro, this did not work out. And he goes, well, it works out for us. And so it's instead I just put the acrylic standee in my add-on section. And then I start selling a ton of acrylic standees. So sometimes like the advice isn't bad, or it's just you just got to tweak it to like what's going to work in your situation. So maybe, having, if someone, I'm not going to speak to the whole, like what Eric July said, but like just in the age of the internet, everyone has the, like, let's be real. Like, should three of us, should we be doing this? We're talking a lot. Should people be listening to us? You shouldn't, but you are. But like, we all have the ability to create content and to speak our opinions. And then it's up to the audience to make the decision on what they're gonna do. And it does suck. It does suck. Like I've listened to some creators and I'm just like, I'm gonna do that, and then like 3 months in you go, yeah, that was bullshit. Oops.
Yeah, I think it, I think one of the failures in part of the indie space is people are afraid to speak out against those larger voices.
Okay.
Right, that are giving that advice, because I think the indie space as a whole needs to help educate the audience. And that's not to sound egotistical, like that, like what I'm saying is what they should listen to, but like as a whole, we should be trying to counter that bullshit. But people are afraid to lose sales by speaking up, of course, against people with clout and reach and can initiate dog piles and all that. But people's inability to speak out against them is just going to keep their voice loud and proud. And just could continuously erode the space.
For sure.
Right. Especially as more and more of them enter the space. But
I mean, I do agree. Like, if you're like, I do agree. Like, if you're like, dude, I think I've like that. I'm a firm believer. Like, if you're like, I don't agree with that, like, and you want to speak it, and you're like down to like fight for your opinion. I mean, like, go for it. I mean, during that like hashtag comics broke me. Like, I lost a publisher because I doubled down on my viral tweet, and people like I had mainstream people like, you suck, and I'm like, no, you're retarded, like because I'm like, I believe in what I said, and so I think, but I think so. Like, speak your truth. I do agree with that. Like if you BA are like, I don't agree with that. It should be like this, and you really believe it, you should say it. I do also can see. I can also see why bigger creators might not want to share like maybe some advice because or to like accept your advice because one, maybe at that point they're like who am I to like imagine if I told like Ethan Van Sciver like, hey, this is how you should actually draw and render hair. He would be like, you should like shut the fuck up and kill yourself. And I'd be and people would be like, yeah, you should. And it'd be like fair because who am I to speak on that? Like, who am I to speak on that? And so like, if someone's like, hey, you should actually do this, the bigger creator might be like, well, listen, I already made it to the top my own way. So I'm just going to do it my way. Or maybe it's like, hey, they give advice, and when they get pushback, they're just like, man, why the fuck am I giving this advice? I mean, dude, I'll make like a simple marketing tweet, and people will be like, oh, yeah, like marketing advice, and it's like, no, this is like good advice, and like hopefully it points you in like the right direction, and blah blah, and like that will anger people. So then at that point, it's like, man, do I want to like keep posting this shit? Because literally every time I post a marketing tweet, someone's like about it. So I think it just depends on if that like does the person who's being given the advice, like depending how big or small, do they actually want to help? Like, I've been canceled because of marketing tweets, and I'm still like, yeah, well, I still love marketing, so I'm still gonna post this shit.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, that last statement of, whether or not you want to help, and that's one of my biggest contentions with Eric. I mean, from the beginning, and this is way before, CG or Ethan had contention with him, but for me, it was like, it just seems like you're just in it
for yourself,
make as much money as you can, and for yourself, because there was just no eagerness or interest in helping others, promoting them, even retweeting any of that, right? And there aren't a lot of creators that are like that.
I'll give him the prime example, just to like set the stage instead of vagaries. EVS like, hey, can you share this post or share this campaign? And Eric's like, what's that got to do with me? When everyone's pulling, grabbing an oar, like John Malin says, on his behalf, and he's not even claiming the brotherhood of comics gate. He's just hanging out, So
he's taking, but he's not giving anything. Yeah. And luckily I don't see that with a lot of creators, but again, I think that's just one example that sets a really bad example for the space, because smaller creators need to market, and let's be honest, smaller creators, they need the support of bigger creators, whether it's through video format and advice, or
I do want to give Eric some kind of grace. I do agree though, like, you should help. I wonder if it's like, hey, he's the new guy on the block. He just made bajillions of dollars, and now all of a sudden he's getting the pile on of like, hey, help me. And he's like, whoa, like, because dude, the indie comic space, like,
they're still not doing it though, right? We're talking 3 years into the whole venture. He's still not.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the initial year. Well, like, I can see maybe he's like, whoa, I don't know what this space is, but everyone here is fucking leeches. I mean, like, I used to do like 3 live shows a week because I had creators like, oh my gosh, like, I got like, can I do a show so I can promote my campaign? Can I promote? And like, you just become this. Your live show is purely just to like promote people, and at that point you can suddenly feel used. So like, I totally get that. I can understand why after the first year he might be like, maybe after the scrutiny of everything these 3 years, maybe he's still like, I just don't trust people. Like at the very beginning of Comicsgate, like Ethan used to promote a ton of people, and like that's how you had like the Critiuses or Sovereigns, or like people like you hadn't heard of, and then it got to a point where it was like people kind of had this expectation of like, if I go on EVS show, I'll make like 10K. And then so then everyone's battling it. And then all of a sudden all this drama started happening where then Ethan's like, yo, I'm getting fucking used. So then he shuts that shit down. And so like he shuts that shit down. You know, he still like helps, he still promotes like his main people. And then every now and then he'll bring back like a smaller creator, and he comes in waves. But I remember in 2018, a couple creators who like were really bitching, like this, it was this huge narrative like, I deserve to be on Ethan's show. Ethan has the biggest platform. And eventually Ethan was just like, fuck this shit. No one's coming on my show except me and a couple guys. And so it's possible that Eric July just did that way earlier and way faster. He was just like, fuck this shit. And then, you know, who knows, maybe next year or the year after. I mean, I can see it. I can understand that feeling of like people being leeches. Ethan was like, yo, I'm sick of people just using me for my channel. I can, that's not what happened, Tyler. Well, I don't know who you are. White guy,
in his case, like in my opinion, he kind of leached off of CG specifically, right? He was able to join Ethan's streams, Shane, bunch of people, right? He got that benefit. But then even his own artists at the time, Shane and Ethan, right, who did covers for them, he didn't want to do anything to push their campaigns, right? Like, okay, you don't want to help some random person on Twitter. I can get that to an extent, sure, right? But like to not even want to promote your own artist to me is wild. Like I promote the shit out of all my artists. Yeah. You want them to thrive, but I mean, he literally said like, why would I do that?
This is the stuff that like I have no idea about or can speak on, but I can agree with you, BA. Like I promote all my friends or anyone that's worked with me. So I can, so like, if that's the case, because I don't know, I wasn't there. I don't know the lore, but if that's the case, I can agree with you on why people would be upset, because if I paid my friend to do a cover and he's like, yo, Tyler, I made that cover for you. It sold really well. Can you like just retweet my book? And I'm like, no, like I'm not. I can see why my friend would be like, well, fuck you. And I can understand that sentiment. Yeah. So I don't know the lore, but if that's what happened, I agree that I can understand why those emotions would happen.
Okay. So Katie sending $5. Thank you. Says, thank you for hosting this debate, Black Angus. Comicsgate is the best place for indie comics. Tyler, thank you for stepping up and doing this.
I'm gonna get clipped.
This is more just a statement, but Vaughn hopped in and he said, good books aren't disposable content. I think he took objection to how you're framing production and whatnot.
Yeah.
And
can I speak to that?
Yeah.
So this is not, I don't want to like bash on myself, but it's gonna sound like I'm bashing on myself. So like I know BA likes like Alan Moore, Frank Miller's, like these like massive top-notch like quality guys, you know, who are undeniable quality. Okay. I read some of their work. I enjoy it. Dude, my favorite books though that I read are legit trash. Are trash. So for me, I'm just like I'm just trying to make fun comics. Like the manga, I read a ton of manga. That's where I get the disposable aspect of it, because manga is very disposable, especially in their culture. They read a chapter in the magazine, they chuck it in the trash. That's why there's tons of photos. You type in like photos of manga and trash. They read their weekly chapter and they throw it away. They throw it away because they're just going to wait till the volume comes out. So to me, when it comes to like my books, I want people to read them, have a good time, especially my floppies, if they throw away the floppy, that's okay. And I hope that, but at least as long as they enjoyed it, to me, that's okay. I'm not, but like, I agree. Good books aren't disposable. When I say good books, I'm talking about the Watchmen's, the Sin Cities. I'm not saying that any of my books, except maybe like I'm not like Super Plumber Sisters is not going to change cultural zeitgeist. Like Angus, you read I think the first one.
Yeah, I like it. It's funny.
It's not, but it's not changing the world. It's like, it's not going to make you think about society. You're just going to have a good time. Like, you have a good time, and then you put it, and then you're going to read the second one, have a good time, and put it away. And when you get done reading the volume, you're going to be like, that was a good time. I'm not, but like, that's not changing the world. Like, that book's not changing the world. There might there's not even like maybe like a solid message in it. The Girl with the Megafist, on the other hand, a series I do put like a shit ton of work in the messaging and whatnot, because I do have like very strong opinions I'm trying to like weave into there. But Super Plumber Sisters is just a fun book. My Sexy Witch Academia is a fun book. There are some like deeper moments in them, but they're not changing the world. Like, if someone's like, I'm never gonna go Watchmen, Sin City, Super Plumber Sisters, like that, and I think it's important to understand like what kind of creator you are, I've read Vaughn's books. I've read Vaughn's books. I would not say that his are disposable books. Like, you read Monster MD or Black Terror and you go, okay, there's like, this is really good. There's also like a message, like he's trying to say something. I'm not trying to say anything with the Super Plumber Sisters. I want you to have fun, and that's it. I'm trying to say something with the Girl with the Megafist. Are you seeing what I'm trying to put at? Like, not all books are made equal, and they don't have to be. Like, you can have like your just fun Napoleon Dynamite movie where you go, that was fun. It doesn't say anything or move society, but that was fun. And then you have like a Christopher Nolan movie where you're like, holy crap. Like, the two are movies. They're completely different, but they're like completely different, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and I don't discount, people just wanting to make fun books. Nothing wrong with that. Just like you watch some movies, you're like, yeah, it was fun, right? Everyone has their own preference, to creating. I mean, me personally, yes, I want it to be fun, have escapism, but I do want it to be deeper, pull emotional reactions.
Like, you want someone that when they're done reading Vigilante's Creed to go like, oh, let me think about this.
Oh, yeah. Like, how can they relate to it? Does it evoke feelings and all of that?
Correct.
And which, again, that's more right of the style of like Miller, more people like that. But yeah, I have no problem with fun as long as it's quality and all of that. But yeah, my thing is more of the algorithm chasing and all of that. But real quick, just because it was kind of convenient, Rat Poor had asked if any of us can name a recent Frank Miller comic. So this is a graphic novel, but I just picked this up. It's the
I like how we're both looking
Pandora.
up, but you could like.
Sorry, let me solo.
We're like both looking, but you could solo it.
Okay, I checked it out at the library. I haven't opened it yet though.
I've never even.
Yeah,
heard
so
of
it was actually, I think it's illustrated by Emma Kubert. So I'm assuming relative of.
Is this
Kubert
recent
there.
then?
I believe so. Yeah.
If it's Emma Kubert.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the most recent one that I've picked up that he did writing, and it also has Chris Silvestri involved. So assuming some family members of some famous artists. So
yeah, when I go to the comic store, like obviously I see Marvel, DC. I'm like, cool, but I know I can read those in a week or two online for free. When I buy stuff, it's going to be Image or Dark Horse or All or something, and it's probably gonna be something I've never heard of, had no anticipation for. Just like, that looks cool, let me try that out.
Mm-hmm.
So
and you're
just for people knowing that watch me or in the future, that's how I perceive.
But you're gonna choose like what's like what you're like the good, like for example, like I read a ton of digital comics or digital manga, so I read all 300 chapters of Dragon Ball Z for $2 on the Shonen Jump app, and then I went, that's cool, I don't want anything to do with that anymore. But then I read for the same $2 200 chapters of The Promised Neverland, and I went, oh wow, like that book actually like left like an impact on me. Now I have the physical volumes, now I have some statues, now I have some merch, and now I've spent like $500 on this. And so I think like the good books aspect is going to be subjective. Like someone might be like, man, the Sandman, that's like life-changing, it's so good. And then I read the Sandman, I'm like, dude, I fucking hate this book. I'm like, I have this set in my bookshelf, but if I trashed it, if I threw it in the trash, it wouldn't like, I wouldn't think anything of it. But if someone threw my Batman Black Mirror by Scott Snyder and Jock, I'd be like, what the fuck is this book? And then like I throw it in the trash. I'm like, that was a good book. To me, when it comes to like the quality side of things, like I'm not necessarily judging a book solely based off of the appearance and the story. When it comes to indie comics, mainstream, right? There's no excuse to release something that's dog shit, right? With the amount of resources, connections, mainstream has no excuse, especially with legacy characters. But for indie, it's about, can I tell, did they put maximum effort into it? When they pitch the book, is their passion? Do they actually love what they're creating? If it seems like they're just chasing the algorithm or some quick cash, like to me, that's a complete turnoff. Unless you're like, oh, that sounds like a good pitch, unique property. But I give a ton of grace to people that do maximum effort with the budget that they have. And yeah, maybe there's some mistakes and all that, but there's grace given. But to someone that has hundreds of thousands of dollars and all of the network in the world, no grace, right? And if you're mainstream, no grace. So yeah, you might have a brand new creator with a very low budget. Yes, some could look at it and say the quality is not obviously up to snuff to some other creators, but did they put maximum effort into it? And do you appreciate that? And do you feel like they're going to improve over time based on how they present themselves and the effort that they put in with what they had? Right. And there are creators that you can tell have the resources, they have the following, but all the books look like they're the same. The art is just kind of mediocre, but they act and they overhype themselves and say that, oh, I'm a pro or I'm on the level of pro. That's when. See, the key is just to say that you suck and just keep putting it out. And then they're like, dude, this book sucks. You're like, I know, I said it. I said it. You can't get me.
See, $5. Rookie says the quality is important most of the time, but quality can be more important. Why are my captions on? Here's $5. And he says, Andor is great quality, Angus, but you're right. More people will watch Ahsoka anyway. Continue the debate. Yeah, me and Rookie have. I'm always somewhat invested in Star Wars, but obviously even Mando, I think being like the perfect spirit of Star Wars for fatherhood stories and the Force being a factor, it's still like mid-level storytelling. But Andor is a great story. It doesn't belong in Star Wars, not for the adult content, to the essay or whatever controversy. It's just doesn't have those two elements that are the key. It doesn't have to be Skywalker. It has to have those two things. So it's for boys. It has to be about fathers. It has to be about the Force. And so that's just giving background to this debate where I'm like, yeah, Andor sucks. No impact. No one's going to care. We forgot about it already. And he hates that. Erwin Blackthorn. He said both have been meandering and boring so far. Nothing said. I did see some comments where like I've seen some comments where they're like, where someone's like, yo, this is like the worst debate. They're just discussing, and I'm like, that's good. People thought this was gonna be like a bloodbath. Yeah. I just thought that'd be funny to maybe bring it up to like, all right, ratchet it up, guys. Fucking turn up the heat. You know,
fuck you.
F slurs.
No, but I think like the problem though, I mean, I think that's a big problem with like a lot of discourse. I mean, one thing that I respect about this discussion is like there hasn't been any personal jabs. It's really just been like building off an idea, because that's to me what a good discussion should be. Is just let's build off of the ideas. There's no right or wrong. You let the audience will decide. Let's just say our points. And I think at the moment, if there was personal jabs at that point, it's like, okay, this is a complete mess. I think Tyler has a problem with overdoing it by trying to work on multiple comic ideas at once, which causes some of the stories to diminish. No, so like that's a thing I heard, which is why I'm like, okay, that's just why I've been like, we can't add any more, because I read, like, I was reading one of my, like, one, I scrapped a project because I was like, this fucking sucks, and then I was like reading one of the other projects. I was like, really, this is the third chapter script. This is what we're doing. Like, this is not good. So like, yeah, I 100% agree, which is why like I'm trying to unquantity myself. we're trying to do less as well. I'm trying to get back to doing my personal series, The Girl with the Megafist. Like I'm like, I could rush and draw this book and get another volume out and make like 20K, but the book's gonna be shit, and that's a story I really love, and like it has a ton of meaning, but I don't have time to do it because I'm spending all this time on these other series. So let's finish these up, get back to just doing this one series that like I can put all my energy on.
Yeah. To counter in your favor a bit, just as a creative example, Aliens and Terminator were written at the same time. When Cameron would get stuck on one script, he would just go to the other table and start writing on that one. So that's I mean,
for you. It is good, but then the problem is with like, it's not just the writing, because now I'm drawing, I'm producing the art, I'm trying to work on the covers, the fulfillment. Like when I'm doing, like, it's just there's just doing too many, like there are like some shortcuts. Like I said, like I try to take a shortcut on my volume 4. I'm like, you know what, let's just not draw these 20 pages, because then I can put the book out faster. And then you read the book and you go, fuck, it needs those 20 pages. So we have to do this.
Yeah. Ricky, another 5. I wish I had that Shane Davis sound, that boom, 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 boom. He hates that, and I love that he hates it. Yeah, not every project needs to be your best. Sometimes it's just doing it that can get the ball rolling, and skill develops to better quality.
Yes, I have a question. BA. Like, what would you say to the creator? Like, how do you judge the quality of a creator? Like, should you say, hey, you shouldn't, like, in your advice, you shouldn't put out your book on crowdfunding unless it's like the best that you can, the best, it's up to the standards? Or are you like, just put out what your best is right now? And what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I would say take your time and make the best book that you can, A, within your budget, but B, without rushing it, right? Like, for example, and this is novel space, but you know, there's a lot of people that are like, oh, you should be able to write a novel in a year. Like, you should be pumping out a novel a year, just like some people believe the same for a comic, right? I took 5 years to write my 2 novels. I took a year to do editing and work with a writing coach to tighten everything up. And then I took like a year and a half marketing and building up to the crowdfunder. So for me, it's just patience. Don't rush finding an artist. Don't rush writing the script, and build the network and a following beforehand. I don't think you should put a timeline on it necessarily. You got to go with your own gut, but don't rush anything because you want your story to just get out there or because you want to make money.
That's good advice. That's solid advice.
Okay. Let me see where I'm at. White Guy McGee asks, I think this is for Tyler, but BA can answer as well. What's his favorite part of ISOM? My favorite part is floating elevator buttons next to the metal detector. Well, I don't think Tyler's read ISOM 2.
Is that ISOM 2?
Yeah.
I've only read ISOM 1. The only one that, well, I've read ISOM 1 and I've read Horseman, because I bought that one. I mean, yeah, those 3D assets. I mean, to me, I use 3D assets. I'm a very firm believer in 3D assets, but like those were used very poorly. Like I was like, oh, come on, like that's not how you use. What are we doing here? My favorite part in ISOM was when there was all of a sudden like this impact hit that came out of nowhere. It was a fight scene. I was like, this isn't very choreographed. You know, my favorite part of ISOM is the passion. the passion, man. The passion. It's it's so hard because I'm very pro. Like, I think what Eric July is doing is really cool. I think any creator who can do what he's doing, to me, is awesome. I only read one book. I think, to me, and I think, like, I love the hype. I love his fan base that he has around it. I think the only thing that, like, I think that sucks for me is that, like, I just have yet to, like, want to be in it. Like, I'm like, that's so cool, but nothing has yet hooked me to go, yeah,
it's worth it.
It's worth it. And that's my thing, is I see all the fun. I see, like, I love that the fan base is having fun. So I bought the Horseman. I was like, yeah, everyone's having fun, the Horseman. And I was like, I'm so glad that you guys are having fun. Like, and so, like, I think, so it's hard for me because, like, I think I have mad respect for, like, what Eric July, what he's doing, his, like, the work ethic. And, like, I'd love to talk with him and be like, hey, I worked at a publisher for 5 years and, like, helped, like, bring up the sales from, like, $10,000 a month to, like, over $1 million a year. Let's talk. Like, I think there's a lot of awesome things that he's doing, and there's just a lot of things where I'm like, you just need to dial it in. You just need to dial these things in and have some SOPs. And yeah, I think that's the best way to explain it. I think it's awesome what he's doing. I just haven't had a reason to, like, remember when he put out all 12 of those books? I was like, shit, this is like a Marvel event. They're showing off, we're putting out this book, this book, this book. And I was like, this is so cool. I don't have a reason to get any of these yet. I don't personally want any of these, but, like,
this is the clip, Katie.
Yeah, I have mad respect. Like, I have mad respect for him. Like, I was like, this is so fucking cool. I don't personally want any of these books, so maybe, like, the next year he'll do a lineup and I'll be like, yes, this is it. So, like, it's so hard. Like, I have this, like, interesting relationship with the Ripperverse. I like Eric July. I think what he's doing is cool. I have no beef with him as a person because he's never done wrong by me and stuff. But God, I wish that, like, I could get into with the hype. Like, I'm telling you, like, when he was dropping those, like, and we're gonna do this book and this book, I was watching that video with a friend. I was like, dude, this is so fucking sick. This is awesome. Which book are you gonna get? He's like, none of them. I went, me neither, but, like, this is so cool. I was like, this is so fucking cool.
This is horrible marketing, yeah. Tyler.
No, like, because it is cool because his target audience loves it, and like, maybe
they love him,
but maybe I just haven't gotten in it. Like, the thing that's gonna put me in it hasn't gotten me.
Is it sisters kissing in a comic, like, on page?
Fuck, I didn't know that was there. So now we're talking my language.
You missed the joke. Sorry.
Oh, was it the Super Plumber Sisters one?
No, how his writers are sisters that have kissed each other on camera.
I clearly don't know enough about the stuff.
But just real quick on me, on a serious note, because I did do a serious with slight sarcasm review. The interaction between Avery and his niece was actually well done and quite nice. From a sarcastic point of view, it's going to be how on the one page, the one guy's ring jumped from left hand to right hand and then right hand back to left hand, like, twice. And there was just a lot of funny scenarios like that. But, like, to me, in regards to, I personally can't respect what he's doing in indie comics just because, to me, it was all about making money, making an empire, and seeming like he can compete with the big boys. I think everyone can agree he's not competing with the big boys, and it's not going to happen. But, for you, someone that's passionate about marketing and you talk about marketing, and you probably haven't seen this because, again, yeah, some of us are a lot more ingrained in the details. Is he told his audience, don't ever listen to your favorite comic book creator, because 99.9% of us don't have a business bone in our body. Now, to me, that's taking a shot at crowdfunding, creators, and also sowing some distrust in crowdfunding creators, right? Like, oh, they don't know what they're doing. They're, going to go out of business. Like, why throw your money into them when you can invest in a multi-million-dollar
I don't know. I got
company
canceled
and
for a tweet that was kind of like that. So like, I'm like, well, I kind of said the same
But
thing. So
that's where a lot of the contention,
Mhm.
comes, is like, he tries to really push it. He doesn't do crowdfunding, right? Even though he does an extended pre-order period, has his layout set up like a crowdfunding campaign and all of that, right? He hypes it up like a crowdfunding campaign, but he takes jabs at crowdfunding creators, which to me, it's like, dude, if you want to support indie creators, including yourself, you should be promoting indies regardless of the platform, regardless of the method that they use, right? And that's where, like, I just truly don't respect his marketing tactics. You know
I
what I
think
mean? Aside from the quality aspects.
I think to me, if someone ever says something like a blanket statement like that, and if I personally, like, if I feel affected by that, then to me, I think it's almost a mirror of the problems I'm trying to avoid. So like when I did that tweet saying like #comics broke me, it's the creator's fault because they're bad at business. And no one told you to sign on for a page rate of $20 to draw Batman. Like that's your fault. And people are like, oh my gosh, like blah, blah, blah. To me, I'm like, you're just mad because I pointed a mirror at you. And so to me, like, I know Eric July supports like, I know like Eric July has crowdfunding models. He support the Iconic guys. They like Common America is crowdfunded. So to me, if he says like, here's the bad things about crowdfunding, to me, if you feel attacked by those statements,
99.9% of creators don't take advice from them. They don't have a business bone in their body. That's almost very, very close to almost insulting all of us.
you just got to be in the 0.1, man. And if you start wearing sunglasses and streams, you are the 0.1. You are the 0.1%. I mean, I haven't read the tweet. I don't know if it actually says 99%.
Video, but yeah.
Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna dog someone for wanting to create a business, create an empire, and to create money. I think that's always been a big problem that like creators have seen with me. They're like, oh, Tyler's always talking about marketing. Tyler's always talking about business, and like it should be about like I'll talk about my stories, how much I love them, but I also I want to make money off of this. I don't want to be like, oh, like is Super Plumber Sisters going to hit the cultural zeitgeist, and what's the meaning of them going down the maze? It's like I don't want to do that. Tyler, you can't just claim ignorance. I mean, I'm not like online all day, so I'm sorry. So
real quick, just out of curiosity,
yeah,
again, this is not like an indirect dig, but
no, you're good.
to you, which would be more important, creating great books or the money aspect, or is it in the middle?
It's in the middle, because I think you can create. I don't know if you can create long lasting revenue books that aren't good. So I think you can hype people for like maybe 1 to 2 books. And I think at some point that hype will go away. And it'll eventually you'll eventually plateau unless you're able to create an audience that like just only likes a certain thing. So for example, like on Kickstarter, when you're seeing like these books are doing like 50, 60, 70K, and it's like there's like 30 covers and they have like 2 pages of sequential art, like the audience that they're creating isn't necessarily story based. It's I just want these sexy covers. And so like it just depends on the audience that you want to create. For me, I've always been like, I want people to enjoy my stories. And and the way that I measure that is, do they come back and read like issues 2, 3 and onwards, and then the money will showcase that. So yeah, I think I think it's in the middle. Like money is important though. Like everyone wants money. I think as a creator, I think for me to have creative integrity, I have to say I'm in the middle. Like I want to make okay, here's the best way to outline this. I'm okay with sacrificing some of my creative integrity to gain more money. So I learned this from Sean Gordon Murphy. He was on a podcast with one of the Ink Pulp guys. And the Ink Pulp guy is saying how his book didn't sell enough copies to make him a ton of money. Sean Gordon Murphy goes like, tell me about your, like, what's your book about? And the guy talks about his book, and he goes, that's kind of boring. What if, like, did you ever think about adding like this element or this element to make it more palatable or more mainstream? And they're like, no, because I wanted to keep the creative integrity. And Sean Gordon Murphy goes, okay, well, I would have sacrificed these elements to insert this element so that my book would be more mainstream and to sell more because I want to make money. And so a perfect example for that for me is Super Plumber Sisters, where the story that I wrote is originally about two brothers solving supernatural crimes, kind of like the show Supernatural, but it's a little different. And I'd never seen the show at the time. And it was a very dark story, and I showed a bunch of friends, and they're like, yo, dude, this is ass. So I kept like reiterating the story, and I would show my friends like, dude, this is still ass. The story's kind of good, but it's still ass. So when someone on Twitter dared me to make a book that had like gender swapped Mario and Luigi, I was like, what if I just took this story which is about two brothers who are having and one's angry and one's like nice and how they're always conflicting. What if I just made it more palatable with Super Plumber Sisters instead of being super dark? I made it really like light and comedic, but the story that I want to tell is still in there, but it's just now a little more marketable. So I think to me, that's where I'm at. I'm in the middle where I'll make a story, and if I need to sacrifice some elements to make it more marketable and sell better, I will.
And I could understand having that approach. Or believing in it, but is that more a lack of confidence in your ability to pitch your original idea? You know what I mean? Like, if you can really, really convince your audience that it's worth their time, that like it's a property, right, or a character that's going to stand out, then I wish more creators would stick to their guns, right, and kind of go with their gut versus trying to make adjustments to appease the market, because in the end, the market ends up becoming kind of a slosh of the same stuff, right? And then over time, right, vampires will die out. And again, a lot of those just very common themes or types of characters will.
I think that's where the business side of things comes, where like you look at your TAM, total addressable market, is maybe the story that I want to tell. Like, let's say it can only reach 500 people. Like, it's just like I'm only going to be able to convince 500 people. But if I added this element and I still get to keep the core of my story, I can add and I can get to 1,000 or 2,000. And so I think at that point you just have to decide. I mean, that's why actors, they like have that saying, like, I do one movie for them, I do one movie for me, where they'll do one big blockbuster that's like the slosh that will make millions, and then they'll do those more personal, like independent movies where you know that they're not going to make a ton of money, but you know, like, man, this is a really good story. Like, and like that's like to me, like one of my favorite movies is Predestination with Ethan Hawke. Not a lot of people know about it because it's one of those like I did it for the love of storytelling, but it didn't hit with the mainstream audience. And it never was gonna. And so it's then become like, it's like anytime you hear like this, it's an indie cult film, like those Donnie Darkos. It's because the mainstream, it wasn't marketable as a mainstream book. It's over time garnered a following because at the beginning, only maybe like 1,000 people wanted it. And over time it's grown. So I think in what you're saying, BA, if you're able to keep to your message and play that super long game, then yeah, I agree with I would agree with you. Keep to your vision and just like build one member at a time. I agree with that. If you're like, man, like we've got to hit, like, especially when we're working at a publisher, you're like, I've got to hit 50, I've got to hit this sales quota this month. What are the books that we're publishing? Like, I'm telling you, I'd be in those pitch meetings and I'm like, this is such a good book. And they're like, we know, but that guy doesn't have a following. We're going to go with this girl. She's got 100,000 followers. I'm like, yeah, but that book is so shit. And they're like, yeah, but it'll sell more. And like, that was one of the more painful things about being in the industry is like knowing that. Like, I would see some of the best books and being like, guys, like, please, like, let's pick this book and publish it. And sometimes I'd win those arguments, but then the book would still not sell. And I'm just
I think that's the beauty though, right? Of indie comics is,
yes,
right. You don't have to make those concessions, and
it's
in your power to retain.
If you're willing to like one thing I respect about you, BA, is like you are willing to like, you're like, I'm not sacrificing my creative vision. This is the book. Right. This is how it's going to be. And I will build the audience one person at a time. And to me, and for me, I'm very much, I will sacrifice like 2 elements of my book if I can skip 2 years of growing, if that makes sense.
Right.
To make it more palatable or marketable. So I think it just depends on what the creator wants or how fast they want to progress in their business. And there's risks to both. The risk is if you're doing one member at a time, it might take forever and you might not ever see the success that you want to see. And the other risk on the other hand is maybe you go too fast and now you're not doing it for. I know some creators who are one of those creators who have now transitioned to, I'm putting out a book every 2 weeks on Kickstarter, these titty books. And I'm like, man, like your first 3 books were so good and you chose to do this route of just.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of variables to that, right? I mean, part of it is effort. Part of it is putting yourself out there, networking and all that. Like, it doesn't have to be like on a onesie twosie, backer aspect per se, right? I mean, I think it just comes down to whether or not you're confident in your vision, in your story. Now, of course, you should be getting input from other people, and but it should come down to, is this what's best for my characters and for your universe and your long-term vision? And then you just have to adjust your marketing to make sure that, hey, you can find those backers that you think, okay, maybe if I add a cheesecake cover or add some things in the interior just to get a certain algorithm, just find ways to compensate on your own without having to sacrifice your vision.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I want to dispel the Neff saying Tyler talking down at titty books when he makes titty books himself is a bit too amusing, because you have to separate it. I have books that will have a titty cover, but no tits inside. So like the books inside are PG-13.
So you're lying to me.
Dude, when I put out Super Plumber Sisters, I had people message when they got their books. She go, yo, I thought the girls were gonna fuck. And I'm like, no, where did you see that in like the description? And they go, oh, I just thought they were gonna fuck. And I'm like, did you see you said PG-13? Like, I put in Kickstarter, there is no sex or nudity in this book. And they're like, oh, well, I just thought they were gonna fuck. So well, that's false advertising. No, it's not. It's just a variant. It's just a variant cover. Like, people do variant covers. Like, I always have my cover A is drawn by the artist of the book, and then after that you do variant covers. So yeah, dude, indie comics is there's just so many different like strategies and like beliefs that you can have. And then when it comes to creators, there's so many just different philosophies that people like you just have to compete with. I mean, people hate, like a lot of creators just hate when I talk about marketing because they just go, it's soulless. I'm like, well, then, like, do you want to make money? And they're like, I do, but I want to do it this way. It's like, you can't have your cake and eat it. You gotta.
I mean, on the marketing side of things, I'll be honest. Sometimes, some of the marketing advice annoys me a bit, only because it's like very surface level. Like it's the kind of the basics, right? Get a
That's
sign up
fair.
list, things of that nature. But I think what's missing in the indie space, and there are some folks doing it, but it's like get your hands down in the dirt and show people like how you actually plant the seed and how it's going to grow, right? Actually go through like, hey, this is how you do a cost breakdown, so you make sure you don't lose your ass on a comic, right?
Yeah,
This is actually how you network. Like this is maybe how you should approach a creator when you want to ask them for promotion. Like a lot of it to me is kind of surface level, which don't get me wrong, that's great for like just joining the space, but a lot of the advice out there is just way too surface level, and people need a lot more specifics and real experiences from campaigns and understanding what page rates might be, what printing costs might be, because yeah, too many indies come into the space way too eager, and they just do the campaign, they guess on the pricing, and then they find out how much the print costs are, and then they lose their ass, and then they're out. Doesn't matter how good your book is, right? If you had the wrong approach, like you're screwed. And
but
I think there just needs to be a little bit more detail oriented advice,
I do think though, like one thing I found with creators though is like you could even give them the most specific stuff and they're just like not gonna do it. And so that's why like a lot of the times like I will post like surface level marketing stuff, because I just want to point you in the right direction. And then it's like it is up to you. Like and people, like if someone then DMs me or goes, hey, like, can you explain this in more depth? I will go super hardcore in them. Like I've sent like people like PDF documents, like here's how I would do it. But like even with that surface level stuff, like today I posted yesterday I posted like a very chill, like here's like some marketing 101, very like surface level stuff. And I had it's no secret that Tony James guy and I just don't get along. But, Tony coming in being like, yo, this is really bad advice. And it's very surface level. And he says it doesn't work. And I'm like, bro, like you have like three very successful comics. You don't have a fucking website though. Like there's no way for me to even buy this book unless it's crowdfunding. Like, and then here's the in-depth stuff, but like my problem with a lot of creators is you can still give them the surface level stuff and they'll just go, yeah, that's bullshit. So then to me, it's like, man, I can't even get them to do the surface level stuff or like ask questions about the surface level stuff. They're not gonna want to, they won't be able to comprehend the deeper stuff at that point if they can't even do the surface level shit.
Potentially. But to give some people credit, there's quite a few people that kind of already know, right, those basics. And I mean, the whole website thing, that one kind of disagree with. I think once you've established your name, then it makes sense to have a website. But again, in demand can be your own website until you run the next campaign. It can literally be
for Indiegogo, yeah. But maybe I don't want to make an account, or maybe I want like
Kickstarter. You can do it now too.
Correct. Like, but even then, like I do the late pledge for like 30 days and then I turn it off. But like at least with my website, I have like all my books digital. So like even while I'm sleeping, I'm making sales, and it's like fulfilling. Like you can't do that on Indiegogo. Like if someone were to buy a digital book, you then have to manually send it to them.
Right. Yeah.
And so there's just ways in my opinion to like automate things. Neff, it's not the advice you offer, Tyler. It's the snarky attitude with which you do it, though. I think I've told you this before long ago. I will say I have a very bad, I think Katie did put it up there. She was like, you're very nice on stream. I have a very bad like Twitter. I do not come off good on Twitter. Like I type, like, have you seen that Key and Peele skit where he's just like, have a good day, think about it. And the guy's like, have a good day, think about it? What the fuck? And that's literally like, I like will type things out being like, this is nice. And then people will be like, yo, he was so fucking rude. I'm like, oh shit. Like that's how I talk, and it doesn't come off very well. So, yeah. Dude, I guess there was a huge like ministry happening in the chat, dude. People getting baptized.
Yeah. Let me see. I continue.
Not a church you want to go to.
Let me see. I'm trying to find what's the favorite part of iSong. Get that one. Patty said, I do want to bring up what BA said. Near the start, indies flooding the market with slop hurts the indies unknown. It's incredibly selfish to sell a title you were never sincere in making. I don't know if he meant to angle at either of y'all or just
I think it was just in general. And that to me just goes towards, again, to me it's all about effort, right? And most backers, again, we're a little bit unique because we're viewing it as creators and backers. So we pick up on some things that backers might not pick up on, right? We might see their YouTube streams, we may see a different side of them than backers who might just see the page, right? They may just see the text and the art, but I think it just comes down to whether or not, when you look at that pitch, when you look at the crowdfunding page, is there a lot of effort there? Is there a lot of passion there? Or, right, are there the shortcuts? Are they just relying on sex appeal and shit like that to sell? Because that is what's going to determine whether or not, right, it's someone that actually truly cares about the medium and wants to grow as a creator. And it's a mix up. I want to say there's more of those types of creators, it seems, than the ones that are doing it because they truly love comics and they want to make the best book possible. But I want to play my part in trying to guide people towards the folks that are putting in maximum effort. And I think that also helps yourself in the end. And that's why it's, again, just part of the marketing. And
I think it's also
not just taking.
The like how authentic you are. Like BA likes Frank Miller, Alan Moore, praises them, and goes like, this is the type of book like level like I want to make. And I have some friends who are who are putting out these 100 titty books, just slop on Kickstarter. I'm like, yo, bro, what are you reading? And they just go, oh, dude, I read Batman, Alan Moore, Frank Miller. And I'm like, why aren't you making that kind of book? And they're like, oh, because this is going to make me $20K book. So at that point, I'm like, it's disingenuous. Whereas people who follow me, watch my videos, they know I read anime girl manga books. That's my shit. And my editor, who is on my books, he always messages me. He's like, Tyler, I just saw your reading list. Why do you read such shit? I read those I reincarnate into a fantasy world and turned my enemy's mom into my MILF lover. And I'm like, he's like, dude, Tyler, are you reading this shit? I'm like, dude, it's so good. And he's like, no, dude, it's fucking trash. I'm like, I fucking love it. I'm having so much fun reading it. I enjoy, but I also will read a Scott Snyder book. I'll read a Scott Snyder Batman, the Absolute Batman series I'm loving. But I enjoy those fun comedy manga titles, which is why I make fun comedy manga-esque comic books, because it's authentic to what I like. If BA were to put out a book like that, I would be like, yo, someone's trying to cash grab, because I know BA doesn't like that stuff. I know he doesn't read that stuff. But if someone goes, oh, Tyler's putting out this book, they'd be like, yeah, that makes sense. He reads, this is the kind of stuff that he reads. He's reading, I was reincarnated into a vending machine. That's what Tyler's reading. He likes that. He likes that shit. He's
is that a real book?
Yeah, it's good. It's so good.
No, that sounds great for me and Rookie.
Dude, just watch it's an anime as well. I tell you, just watch the first episode. If you don't like it at that point, don't watch it. But I showed my brother, who was like, dude, this shit's so stupid. And I'm like, just give it a second. And he was like, holy crap, there's actually a story to this. I'm like, dude, you don't even know. But that's authentic to my audience. And my audience is my audience probably can get into what BA stuff is, But BA's audience on his book is probably not going to come over to like read what I'm reading, because it's just different, you know, and that's okay, because I know that I could read BA's book and be like, yeah, I'm into this stuff because I also read Frank Miller and Alan Moore. But if BA's audience is like, we read Frank Miller and Alan Moore, and they go over to read Tyler's Super Plumber Sisters, they're gonna be like, yeah, what is this? Enrique, Tyler, you're literally describing I eat trash, so I want to sell trash in my restaurant, acting shocked that people call it out. You're breeding degenerate brain dead morons to fleece them. I don't fleece them. I'm just making books that I genuinely enjoy reading. I'm serving a market. You can okay, like, remind me, wasn't there this discussion at one point of like selling hot dogs versus steaks? Wasn't that a thing at some point?
Oh yeah, it's fucking Richard Meyer. Some people still want to hold him in regard, but
he's losing his...
sorry, I just outside, sorry, it's debate, but I just had to interject, like, fuck Richard Meyer. Thank you for being this like bastion to like rally Comicsgate. You totally dropped the ball. Fuck you. And he can be wrong, even if he has good points in large about like conceptuals.
It's fair. Stray Beans, do you want me? Oh, did I say I was going to respond to this?
No, I just saw it. I thought it was funny. You don't have to, but he says, can you please ask Tyler if Sturgis's promotion has significantly improved his sales among the homeless and public masturbator demographics?
I don't know anything about the homeless or public masturbator demographics, but Sturgis is one of my customers, man. He buys the books, he reads them, he reviews them, he likes them. I got good things to say about Sturgis, so thanks for buying the books, man.
So yeah, I think that's one question out of curiosity, and this is, I guess, for either of you guys, I just thought of this, is do you think that let's say in the last 15 years, right, the surge of interest in cheesecake, right, or titty books, right, do you think that's a result of the mainstream books going down in quality and just being replaced with, right, surface level entertainment and sex appeal? Or do you think it naturally gained traction just because of the nature of the source material?
I think it was just, I don't think it has anything to do with the mainstream. I think it's just the accessibility. Like, the accessibility of getting it is now, like, you couldn't go to the comic book store. So like, one of the books that did really well this year in Kickstarter was Private Dance something. It's by Pat Shand. It's a series about these girls who work at a strip club. They're strippers, and like that's like the surface level shit, but like there's all this drama and like mob shit. That's what the real story is. You couldn't find you can't find that kind of book on shelves, I guess. Like the only comics that were like kind of pushing that NSFW stuff would be like Image. And even then it was like, maybe there's a sex scene in Saga or something. And I don't think it's anything to do with the mainstream. I just think it's just the accessibility of like, oh, we can have it. Because in Japan, they make this shit all the time. I know, I'm reading it.
So but it's probably more manga influenced, probably.
There's actually not a lot of anime or manga stuff on Kickstarter.
No, I mean just the
degeneracy aspect stuff.
Yeah, and just how it became popular in Japan and more Americans started reading manga because of anime and all that. Do you think it kind of just created that spark for that type of content?
I think that there's always, sex is always going to be the number one best-selling thing in the world, and I think Kickstarter, I think the people who like, I feel like people like Pat Shand, and I say Pat Shand because he is the quality guy who does this kind of stuff. Like like you have like Zenescope. Like Zenescope was built on like the sexy girls and whatnot. And he's a big writer for Zenescope, but he also has a multi-million-dollar Kickstarter business and doing this NSFW books. He's a great example of someone who's doing it right, and he's doing it right. He's making very quality books in that niche and like building that audience, and he's doing millions of dollars. I think then you had people following his example who were like, oh, I can just make really shitty sex books and then like sell them, and people are just buying these covers. Like they're just buying they're just wanting to buy the covers. That's my personal opinion. I think it's just I think it's just accessibility. I don't think it's a downfall of the mainstream. I just think they were like, man, I wish I could get this book, and then they go on Kickstarter. They go, oh shit, I can get this sexy book.
Yeah. The one, real quick, the one unfortunate side effect of that though is right. And again, it's a pipe dream, right? Expecting the mainstream to change or ever revert back to, quality standards and all that. But if that were a possibility and the market shifts towards that stuff, right, that's definitely not going to serve the indies in getting exposure to entering back into the mainstream if they were to ever focus on strictly quality and not political bias and agendas, because that stuff wouldn't be acceptable in the mainstream for the most part. So yeah, it's just kind of unfortunate that that's kind of seems like a dominant genre per se in indie comics,
Well, on Kickstarter though, like I don't see any of that on Indiegogo, for example.
There's some, but it's not as prevalent. Yeah.
So it's like prevalent on it just depends on the platform. I think like Webtoons, which is the manhwa stuff, it's a ton of romance, and they just that's what that niche, it's a ton of romance, but the best-selling manhwa, one of the best-selling manhwas, Webtoons, is Solo Leveling, which is an action male-dominated comic. So even if Webtoons is predominantly romance, the best of the best, which is Solo Leveling, still rises up and is I'm still the best. So I think quality, even in a sea of trash, quality will always win at some point. I think it will always win. And to a creator, if any creator's oh my gosh, there's just all this sea of crap, it's dude, if your book can't stand out from that sea of crap, maybe you're also part of that sea of crap.
Potentially, or right, reach is king in indie comics, right? It's just a matter of whether or not you've connected with the right folks, because for the most part, if you just toss your campaign on a crowdfunder, very unlikely you're going to get natural foot traffic unless it fits the algorithm and all that. But then you're just contributing.
You're just contributing. You're
just shitting in the ocean of shit.
Attention is the currency of now, of the present day. Attention is the biggest currency, and unfortunately sometimes it's just the loudest people. So you just have to be able to either shout louder or shouts or speak smarter to convince people.
Yeah, I know this is between y'all, but because you said you guys, so I'm going to interject on this, especially so background for me with comics, besides maybe going to the library when I was in the army, finding a volume of Batman or something, I didn't really network into comics at all. It was because of Star Wars with the YouTube, finding EVS and Comicsgate and the additional people. So my fandom with this platform, this form of entertainment, is more recent. I would say, from my perspective, why this is a new thing, at least for Kickstarter mainly, is accessibility, like Tyler's saying, but also the politics of the platforms. The Kickstarter platform is mostly left wing. It's their safe haven. You'll find all sorts of weird LGBT stories. And so that's the market. And so you have sex positivity kind of based on a political outlook. So that's where you're going to find that Indiegogo, the big funders are EVS, Mail, and stuff, right wing, conservative. Arguably, for this conversation, not sex positive, in a general blanket statement for this art form. And so I think that's the division. I think it's good that you have both. And I would like quality. I like Lady Death. It's cheesecake, but I do get irritated that the story's never really high bar. It's always just how can we put a girl in a compromising pose, have her clothes come into shit like that. It's fine. It's not high bar necessarily, but I think there's room for that. I like where we're at right now. If the mainstream leaned into that, because of like its mass appeal, I think you'd have a kind of like Batman Returns conflict of interest of like, whoa, this is getting way too sexual.
Yeah,
we can't really lean into that. So I think
you used to have that huge sex appeal. Like you had Power Girl, you had Evangeline, Lady Death used to be in the mainstream. But I agree, it could just go like completely like overboard.
Yeah.
Like,
well, no, I was saying that Batman Returns is an example of like the powers that be over.
Let's just do this.
Would just pull. They might want to lean into it, but then they get the feedback.
Oh, gotcha.
And then they'll have to retract, and that was just like a little blip. I don't think it could ever sustain the mainstream because of that. You could only get like alternate covers that are in like a black plastic, that type of stuff, like the Zombie Girl. I think it's the name.
Yeah, damn it.
Like that. Yeah, so like that. It would be in that restriction. But I think it is part of mainstream comics in the sense of everyone's complaining about, look at all these ugly chicks, look at Squirrel Girl, look at Captain Marvel, how they make her ugly, it's mannish, She-Hulk, etc. I think there is an organic response to want maybe overt sexuality displayed, even with the lefties, because they're told they can't have it, that it's misogynistic from the mainstream. And so I think it is an organic response in some way. It is an easy cash grab because sex sells, but I think it is like a natural want from the customers, and it's sustained because of that.
I think if Lady Death had, like, let's say in 2017, 2018, when CG starts like rising and starts happening, and you have everyone moving over to like the right-wing people moving over to Indiegogo, and that's kind of like what you see. I think Lady Death would have done really well in that CG zeitgeist. Where you have like this guy who's like, I was a creator in the 90s, this is my property. Like, I think like it would have, but he's doing well on Kickstarter, so like he's not gonna.
I think he's moved to his own platform now.
Oh, really?
He might still be doing Kickstarter, but I think he's like really
does both.
Keeping it. He's doing more of a Ripperverse kind of. This is all mine now. Like,
I mean, if you don't want to share 10% with Kickstarter,
not sure, but I've seen him move in some way, making his website more of keeping all the money.
Gosh, if you can do it, like, why not? Like when you're doing like $300,000 campaigns and $30,000 of that or more goes just to the platform, that's an extra $30,000 that you can. I will not do that.
Well, I guess you're out of luck, JJ. Sorry about that. Patty said, like your guys' opinion on what is the window you consider is too long to wait?
I don't really have a window personally. If they're giving updates and you're seeing new pages, I mean, obviously, if you're getting like 7-8+ years, something's fishy. But there's a couple campaigns right now that they are taking 2-3+ years. But man, my intrigue has not wavered because the pages that they release just look so damn good that it's like I'm okay with basically waiting on my investment of $25-$35 because I know this comic is going to be phenomenal. And sometimes coming across those artists have helped me identify the correct artist for me for covers or whatnot. So I'm just grateful that I came across the book and that creator. So for me, it's a couple years. Even top words of 5 is not a huge deal if there's updates and the book looks like maximum effort and maximum quality. So,
yeah, I think for me, I think just like windows considered too long. I think it just depends on I think it depends on the book. Like, let's say if it's a graphic novel and I'm getting a beginning, middle, and end in there, I don't mind waiting a little longer. But if this is like an issue 1 and it's taking me like a year or two, like I'm going to read that issue 1 in like 10-20 minutes. And now I've got to wait another like 2+ years. I'm just not going to care. So like that's my take. So I think when it comes to serializing books, I think when it comes to like serialization of books, like you're really risking it on the time frame. I don't want to wait 2 years for like the next installment of a 20-page, 40-page book.
Yeah. This is for both y'all. Marry, fuck, kill Mario, Bowser, and Luigi.
Are we allowed to pass?
Oh, come on! You paid money to ask you.
That's fair. I don't. I feel like I'd want to. I mean, if you don't say kill Bowser, then like, I feel like you have some kind of fetish. So we'll kill Bowser. We'll marry Luigi, and we'll let Mario F me. Get tagged.
I mean, hey, I guess you didn't say.
I feel like Luigi will.
You can imagine this as your gender bent. So.
I feel like Luigi would be a very submissive husband. I'd be like, hey, I need you to do this. He'd be like, all right. Like, the kitchen isn't clean. I had Erwin says, oh, great, another non-answer from Tyler. I wonder why the subject was abandoned. I'm curious what he meant. Whatever the non-answer is. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. Watching, I don't see y'all not answering, so I don't.
Yeah,
I haven't had to compel answers besides this chat, just a silly joke. So, BA, what about you?
Sorry, I was responding to Erwin on another.
Yeah, it's JJ asks, marry, fuck, kill Mario, Bowser, and Luigi, and it's not implied, but I will imply it for you that you can imagine.
Kill myself, so I don't have to even contemplate the one.
Oh fuck, that was an option. That's not fair.
The straight and narrow answer:
kill myself.
Let me see. Thank you, JJ, for $2. Dark Chocolate Gamer says, feels weird to be so hand wavy to people who pay money for something goes. Hey, you said the burger will take 5 minutes. It's been 46 with barely any update. What happened? I think that's more of a neg on the position of BA, but it could be for both y'all.
Yeah, I mean, fast food has been used as an example, of course. I mean, if you are promised a gourmet meal and you expect a gourmet meal, you know you're going to wait longer than a cheeseburger from McDonald's, and you expect it to taste better. So, yeah, it might take 30, it might take 45 minutes, right? Shit can happen in a restaurant too. Kitchen could catch on fire, you know. A waiter could trip and drop your burger. You get my point, but yeah, I mean, for me, the focus on are updates happening and what does the quality of the book look like? I would rather wait another year or two, get more pages, get the maximum effort out of it versus like, we're going to take some shortcuts. We're going to just do a shorter book and I'm going to put less detail. You know, even in the background, like me, I appreciate, again, like Dale Keown level art where you're just like, man, this is awesome. Like I want to have that feeling when I read a comic, when I expect that, right? But I'm not going to, of course, expect that out of every campaign. So
I think though that one aspect that hasn't been discussed though is because the book could be super quality, it's highly detailed, whatever someone's belief in what quality is, but what's important though is the customer satisfaction. So like, for example, like for what I do for work, I'm very privileged to go to like really stupid expensive restaurants. And I'm not going to lie, after going to them, I always grab one of my employees and go, dude, let's fucking go to Shake Shack after this. Because we'll wait for like 3 hours for this like really nice meal. And like the first 45 minutes you wait there and then they go, can I explain the menu to you guys? I'm like, bitch, I know the menu. I've read it 5 times. I'm ready to order. And they go, what would you like to drink? We'll start with that. I'm like, oh, by the time I eat the food, I'm like, this is good. But goddamn, did I have to wait 3 hours for this? Whereas I'm going to go get Shake Shack and get like, I want this. I'm happy. It got to me. I ate it. I'm fed. I'm happier. So I think like Whataburger is better. So I think there's got to be, I think customer satisfaction should play and needs to be assess, but that's a creator to creator. If someone is okay waiting 3 years for the installment, that's fine. I'm sure if EVS had put out Cyberfrog 3 and it made $1,000 and he was like, why aren't you guys backing me? And everyone was like, we don't want to wait 3 years. He would probably go, okay, fuck, it'll be done in like 2 months. I'm sure he would mentally say that, but his audience is like, we're fine waiting, the hardcore. And so I think customer satisfaction is very important for the end result, because to me, I very much like it could be the greatest book, but like remember Doomsday Clock that came out with DC, like the first like 3 issues, I was like, this is sick, this is awesome. And then it was like on hiatus for like 6 months. And then and then they're like, it came back. And I'm like, I don't care. Cause I don't want to wait. Like it just kept like, I'd buy, all right, fine. I'll come back book 4 and 5. And then they're like, hey, it's another 8-month hiatus. I'm like, like, I'm not very happy currently as a customer. So I don't know. I think customer satisfaction is also important, not just with the quality. Like it could be the super quality book, but if the customer's not happy at the end of getting the result, they might not come back for that next stuff.
Yeah, I mean it's a
case by case.
It's a balancing act, right? Because again, he's also trying to ensure that his core customers are happy, right? And like I said previously, they expect a level of detail, a level of quality, matching or exceeding, right, work from like Flash, Green Lantern, for example. So if he tries to rush it out just to meet a deadline and it doesn't meet that quality, he could lose some of his core audience. And the core audience is what has made crowdfunding fruitful for him. So that's probably his primary focus. But then he's, of course, trying to obtain new backers and retain some of the new backers. But, I think for him, it's maintaining his core audience, but also maintaining his legacy, right? And his standard of quality.
That's a fair argument, which is why I feel like he's got this horrible cross to bear of like, there's 25 years of work. Like they're like, like if this doesn't hit Green Lantern level shit.
Yeah, he's held to a very, very high standard where the rest of us.
Maybe if he didn't call me fucking gay in the chat, Angus, I'd have a little nicer things to say. If he wasn't calling me gay or a faggot, I'd have nicer things to say. No.
Just hearing those words is funny though. I'm sorry. It's like, you got me.
I hear the thing, it's just like, and you're gay. It's just like, Enrique says in some circles they call that hyper consumerism, senior time. And here's the thing, like I think it goes back to my big, like my thing is like art, like the creative space just doesn't like having these business type conversations where it's like comics are a business. These corporations are making money. If you as a creator want to make money, you have to view things as a business. Like, oh, it's just consumerism. It's like, you're absolutely right. I'm trying to sell a product. Like I want to make something and then you buy that product from me. It doesn't make the art less art. It doesn't like make the meaning of what I've created less just because I'm trying to sell it. So like when it's like, this is consumerism or hyper consumerism, it's like, dude, it's just business. Like people want to buy something and they have an expectation of what it is, how they'll get it, when they're going to get it. Yeah, it's all for fun, Tyler. You don't know my history with EVS. He actually thinks I'm gay.
Ricky says, ride or die. Woo! For $2. Thank you. I think this is One Gun. He said, I'm trying to read this name.
That's One Gun.
It's One Gun. Yeah, Tyler, when are we gonna do another draw stream? Dude, I did this stream because he was like, let's do it tomorrow. And I was like, okay, fine. I haven't streamed on my channel in like a month. So I need to find time. I'm constantly traveling for my job. So I'm like I'm never in town. That's a big problem for me.
See, Rookie says, shout out for $2. Thank you. That's a Eric reference. Amazon Burger for Canadian 5 says EJ's adult who turned internet fame into ice on one cells decided that he had mad business skills and started acting like he hacked crowdfunding.
What do you think about this comment that was just put on by Samurai Snowman? Just because you draw and write something and sell it doesn't make it art.
What? Isn't that like the definition of art though?
See, but that's and so like that's my like big problem with things is like I think the Godfo Dan his stream was about what is art, what makes you a creator, and he has very like what's objective, subjective. And he has very like these deep, like philosophical like what is art, and I'm just like, bro, this is art. Like, well, what is it? What does it do? It's like I don't go that deep with it. It's if someone created it. It's art. Now,
yeah, I think some people, right? They view it in more of a spiritual and cultural lens, right? Because historically, art has had a major impact on culture and vice versa. And I think modernity has bastardized art in a lot of ways.
Especially with the AI. Especially with AI.
It's getting people to accept an erosion of art. And we're seeing it in film, we're seeing it in TV, right? And I think the word art is losing meaning over time, unfortunately. Yes, you could say, a kid doodles on a piece of paper, that's their art, right? But art in the broader sense is what I think folks like Godfo and others are referring to, and its connection to culture and all that. And
yeah, I mean, you could say
historically, comics, right, have been a cultural impact, and it's a medium of itself, but it's just not up to the standards that it used to be, to where it's not having much of a cultural impact, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, it just depends. I mean, it just depends on what you classify as art. I mean, if art is just like the human, like art is just a human expression of themselves, and like it can dictate culture. It can dictate culture. I mean, you can have so many different like meanings for what art is or like what it means to you. Like I know like some people are like art is anything that moves you, or like art. So like it just depends. People think, oh, because you're making money off your art, it loses like what it is. And I think when it gets to that point, you and your giant titty books are just product. Like art can be product. The Sistine Chapel is a product. Michelangelo, like he was paid to do that. Like he was paid to do that. It was goods. It was service. Like you can make money off of these things. Like
I think it comes down to whether or not the intent is to make beautiful art, or to simply create a book and make money. Which, not saying that someone shouldn't do that, but yeah, I think some folks just have. They're looking at it more in a broader lens, right? Again, cultural and spiritual and all that. But yeah, I mean, it depends person by person. I think a lot of times people just clash. The ones that's more surface level, like anything you make yourself is art. And I think, especially in the indie space, right, the term product has been, unfortunately, gaining a lot more traction than the word comic or book or project. It's less connected to passion and love for beauty versus just a physical item that you can make cash from, which I think in turn is damaging the culture of comics. So
correct. I mean, and that's the thing, is like we can spend all day and like romanticize what is art, how is the art affect culture and the morality of art and all this stuff. At the end of the day, we live in a capitalist society. So like at the end of the day, I live in reality, and I'm gonna if I can make art and I love the art I make and I believe in the art I make and I can make money, it doesn't diminish anything about that art. it doesn't diminish the love or the sacrifice or what it means just because you're making money off, just because you're making money off of it. Like creatives, like artists, like romanticize the starving artist. They're just so passionate and stuff. It's like they're doing it for the love. It's like, that's cool that they're doing it for the love, and there's nothing wrong with doing it for the love. I'm sure though a lot of them would love to like also make money and support themselves like with their art. And Algermill says it here, if you get caught up too much in the what is the art, you don't have as much, you know, it might stop you from having fun. And like, to me, I'm like, dude, if I want to make art, I want to have fun doing it. If I'm like, for someone like me, like maybe not Dan or others, to me, I'm just like, I'm gonna make a fun book. I want to make a fun book, tell a good story, and like here's the message I want to give. And if I want to go deeper, I will. If not, I just want to, like, here's my book. And if at that point I go to the world, here's my art. Do you want it? It's this much. And if they say yes, they buy it. And if not, I go, okay, fine. I'm going to make my next set of art. And I just think, I don't know, nobody romanticizes the starving artist. We despise the trash artist. Well, no, they seriously, they romanticize the starving artist of like, he's just too good. It's like, yeah, he might have been too good, but he wasn't good at marketing himself, so he wasn't good at making money off of his art. And that's a big part of life, is learning how to make money off of your skill set. And like, that does suck, but that's the reality that we live in. Yeah, I mean, Samurai Snowman's like cry outside of the shower. I'm like, I'm doing fine in life, so cool.
Me personally, I think, you know, my approach is take your story idea, make the most out of it, go all out, and then figure out how to market it, how to maximize it. Doesn't matter if it's not, again, a popular creature or genre. You can find a way to market it. You can find a way to grind and get backers, right? Or customers. Whereas I think there's too many creators that are doing it the opposite way. They're first thinking, oh, what does the market want? What do I think it wants? What does the algorithm want? And then I'm going to tailor the story around that. And then it ends up missing elements of a great story or of great art as a result. And I think that's damaging a lot of newer creators. And it's the chasing money aspect, and it's the lack of patience aspect. But I do think if people put enough effort into it and they're patient enough, they can create their passion project and then bust their ass to find a way to sell it. But again, it's human nature sometimes to kind of take the easier route or follow, right, versus try to lead in your own sense. But yeah, it's just my approach is just like, hey, just go with your story, maximize it, learn from the best, you know, emulate where you can, where it makes sense. But you know, the other thing too is you take, and I EFAP'd it a couple weeks ago on my channel, but in an interview with Frank Miller where he was just like, he was so hesitant to work with certain publishers because just of the restrictions, and he decided to kind of just step over to Dark Horse, right? Like, he wanted to make Sin City. Like, he truly believed in his vision and the type of stories he wanted to make, and he sacrificed the comfort and more of the stable, let's say, jobs with the big two to take a leap of faith. But because he did that, he now has legacy, right, masterpieces.
Do you think though he was able to do that though, like, because he had that maybe security blanket of like already being successful?
To an extent. But I mean, for indies, if you already have you kind of have a security blanket with indies too, because
there's no
you have
risk.
crowdfunding. Well, you have crowdfunding, right?
That's fair.
You just have to have enough pages to get a page up, right, on Indiegogo or Kickstarter. So maybe it's 5 pages. So yeah, maybe you're going to pay $2,000, right? Not a massive investment, but I mean, you don't have to front the bill, even though, right, that's kind of the agenda being pushed now, unfortunately, in indie is pre-orders. Like, oh, you have to get your book done before you actually put it on a crowdfunder, or you put it on Ripperverse. And it's like, no, that's the beauty of crowdfunding, is it gives you that flexibility to actually pursue your passion without having to chase an algorithm. You can find out if there's a market for your book, without investing at all, because you don't have a publisher, and because publishers won't give us a fair shake, right? Unlike 20, 30 years ago. So
that's fair. That is the beauty of crowdfund. Like, I do that with, that's what besides Growth and Megafist, where I was like, the book is 100% finished because I am confident about it. All my other books, I'm like, here's 3 pages. Do you guys like it? If you do, I'll make it. If not, I just lost $1,000, and we'll just not make it. It's late, and y'all are 100% gay for Mole Man. I'm out. I'm not gay. The stream is painting me in the bad light.
I think y'all are both holding your own.
I think Angus, maybe the chat was upset that there wasn't more yelling.
But they've stayed, so obviously this is an engaging conversation they all are having. So
that's an important topic. So again, I think having discussions like this are what, right? It might open some eyes, or at least introduce folks to some of these issues, right? That they may not get exposed to because not a lot of creators are talking about them. So maybe it'll give them a new view on the indie space and how creators operate. So
wait, what are you drinking, BA?
I'm drinking plum wine. So I'm going Japanese. I don't like manga or anime, but I do like their drinks.
I think I have some plum wine in the fridge. I don't know if it's wine, so it can last forever, technically, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good stuff.
Cool. So having it in my fridge for like 2 years should be fun.
That's a fucking long time. Dude, it's crazy. I have like a lot of people like blocked on Twitter, and I'm seeing them like pop up in your chat.
Me blocked.
Well, hey, I was actually going to interject at some point and be like, hey, this is something most people have commented on recently. Why have you blocked BA? Because y'all are doing so well in chat.
I think I've had you blocked. It was, there was a time when I was just so active on Twitter. I was just like, and I would never get into it with BA, but BA, I would be like, I would post a tweet, and then BA would tag like EVS, like, Ethan, what do you think of this? I'm like, no, like, why are you bringing this dude here? He's gonna call me a faggot. And
only when you would talk about him.
Yeah, and so I was like, oh, like this, like I don't have any beef with BA, but he just keeps bringing in these. He just like, I'll say something, and then BA will be like, Ethan, what do you think about this? I'm like, oh, great, I'm gonna get called a faggot now and be on a stream snipe. So, I could probably unblock like B, and then at that point though, it just gets so long that you forget that you like block someone. Like I know I blocked Erwin mostly because piece of shit.
Well, that's natural for a lot of us.
Okay. But I only was reminded of BA's existence because Larry, the Niobe guy, was like, yo, he's stream sniping you, and I'm like, who? And he's like, BA, and I went, oh, I blocked that guy like 2 years ago. I totally forgot about it. So yeah, I could unblock now, and I don't think I even talk about anything that would. Like, I looked at my Twitter feed today and I was like, man, it's just me saying, like, I did this. Look at this book. I read this book. I'm not gay. Look at this book. Because I'm really just like, I don't follow any of the CG stuff or Ripperverse stuff anymore. Like, it just got really boring for me. It's just like, man, everyone just hates each other. And it's too much. And it's not doing anything either. Everyone like Ethan, Shane, and John, they're gonna do their thing. The iconic guys are gonna do their thing, and the Ripperverse are gonna do their own thing. All the indies will have to figure out how to do their own thing.
Well, but I mean, to Shane, John, and Ethan's credit, I mean, they are at least helping some indies. They are giving some shots to some of the newer creators. So, you know, I hope there's more larger creators, whether they leave the mainstream or maybe they're YouTubers, right? That'll follow the same example. But, you know, because we definitely, indies need that. So
I always said, like, I've said this about, I don't know if I'll say it like still about Comicsgate, but like Comicsgate, for like what Comicsgate had, that like I would say like the left leaning side politically of comics didn't have, was they had a community. Like I just remember in 2018, you would jump on a Comicsgate stream, you'd have a fun time, and then everyone would then bounce to the next stream. It's like, oh, we're going to this stream. Like it was a good fucking like year. And then everyone started like being gay. And then all this infighting started. But like it was a really like solid, like really fun, like 4 or 5 months where I was like, yeah, this is so much fun. Everyone's jumping on streams. But yeah, I think I think when it comes to Ripperverse, it's an insular, did I say that word right? Insular community. Like, and Comicsgate is very much like we're all doing shit. Like everyone's doing shit. Let's like you can stream hop. You can like stream hop in Comicsgate. I don't wave any flags. I never have. But I can give credit where there's credit. Stop lying, Tyler. CG has always been gay. What do you think the G stands for? Aaron, I want to know something again. Isn't this labeled as a debate? I mean, I think Erwin came in late.
he's probably just trolling.
Shouldn't you have your shades on? Because your eyes.
I know. Do you see me keep blinking?
Yeah, I noticed. I'm like, wait.
I'm like, dude, I wear these all fucking day, so I'm just like, I'm sick of seeing everything just like dimly lit.
I guess there's one I saw in this process. Enrique saying, I don't know if he said this earlier, but this Tyler guy seems like he's dead inside. He's making art for money. Money is important, but why do art if you don't want to make art? If you're just in it for money, why not get a regular job?
I mean, I got both. I mean, money. I mean, I make art. I mean, here's the thing. If I wasn't selling comics, if I wasn't making comics and making money off of the comics, even if I made $0, I would still make the comics, if that makes sense. And like sometimes it's hard in the creator community to talk about certain stuff because like me and BA are going to have completely different experiences as creators, because for BA for him to make comics, he can't just write a script. He has to hire out the talent to create it. So he's going to have, one, naturally his output is going to be very different than mine, because the only restraint that I have is either time or finances. So like if BA has zero money, and unless he learns to draw, like he'll just go like, I can't make comics anymore because I don't have enough money to fund it. Whereas for me, if I have no money, I can still draw a comic, and I can draw comics forever. And so like the writer versus writer artist, like they're going to have different experiences. So like looking at BA's point, if you're going to be a writer and you're going to make a comic and you're going to spend money to make that comic, spend money on the right artist. Like if you're like, oh, this person's $40 a page and I'm going to get the book, looking 50% of what I wanted to look like. It's better than just go, hey, how about you just instead, and it's going to take a year to make. It's instead, how about you wait a year, like 2 years to make the book, but you have the right artist and it's exactly how you want, because you'd rather pay for it once as a writer. Whereas for me, the artist, I can just make another comic book. And my limit is on my ability to draw.
Yeah, so I was just laughing at seeing work. I'm assuming this is Ro Kabir. I'm assuming is still the owner of the channel. I don't know. been out of war campaign for a while, but
I do love that. Like,
appreciate the goodwill, even though things have gone awry. So
Niobe Larry would have a soundboard of war campaign rail. He's like, "Arisen through the ranks, motherfucker, gay op after gay op."
I miss those days.
They were fun.
Yeah,
it was just silly, stupid fun. Like, they're like, "I'm doing gay ops," and you're like, "Man, this is." I just remember telling like friends, they're like, "What's comics like?" And I'm like, "Bro, you've got like mainstream creators, you got indie creators, you have like this court system with like Vicky and Dean, and like if you do bad things, they'll take you to court. But then you have this like crazy army called War Campaign, and they're just doing shit, and they're like." What the fuck are you talking about? I thought you guys made like comic books. I'm like, I know, but like this person, and it's like crazy.
Either y'all got an additional topic or the response to any of the chat, or hey, how about this? If you're open to it, if y'all are willing to have the additional time, throw the link in if anyone wants to like directly inquire with you. Is that fine?
Oh yeah, shit.
Sure.
Okay.
Do it. They're gonna be so mean. I swear that if someone calls me a faggot, Angus, gotta get them out of here.
Sure.
No,
since you've
I'll take it. No, they can call me a faggot.
Okay.
I'll take it. You'll see a single tear.
Jesus. Yeah. But yeah, I put the link in there if y'all want to directly inquire, whatever, hopefully regarding this
or anything. Say it with your chest.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to
hop in and inquire.
I think it was, I don't know, it was one of the ramblings from Erwin, but someone was actually Piso Shi, our friend in Japan, great name, was just asking like what our kind of standard for quality is. And, obviously going to rehash a couple things, but for me, it's based on the budget and the effort that a creator has and puts into the book, right? Because everyone's got their own limits and barriers, but the other thing is it's based off of legacy titles, right? The objective quality of like things like Watchmen, and then you have like the unique properties like Frank Miller, right? Like Sin City, his art alone is not objectively beautiful, right? But it's definitely objectively unique. But when you marry it with the storyline and his style of writing, the book is objectively amazing, right? The sales, right? Just the movies, everything confirms that. And so, it's based off of historical data, historical knowledge, and then just the amount of detail and story structure, and whether or not your characters are three-dimensional, right? The writing stuff is kind of well known structural topics and things that you in order to write a good story. But art, it's just making sure that the style marries up well with the script, with the story, and how much detail is in the art. Not that everyone wants crazy detail, right? That's where Frank Miller, or that's unique, but to me, that's my kind of view on quality versus just chasing the algorithm, using shortcuts, and overhyping a book. Saying like, hey, it's going to be this quality, it's going to be this level, and then they clearly release something that is substandard to that. And especially if they have abundant resources and they try to fool the customer base that this is like pro level art, that's where to me quality needs to be defended, and you need to kind of argue against the people that are lying or kind of tainting the space.
That's a good answer. I think for me, I still think quality of a book is subjective by the end user, but I do think that there are objective truths that point to the quality of a book, like the sales, the writing structure. Does the art command does the art like follow like basic anatomical rules, and if they break them, is it done in a very good way? So I think for me, I think quality is subjective, but I think there are objective truths that you can point out. But then even then, that can be hard because you can have a book that's sold a ton, and then you read it and you're like, that was not good. So it has to be it has to be a whole bunch of things. It can't just be the sales. It also be, was the writing good? Did the art follow this? There's a whole bunch of like objective truths that can point to the quality, but to me, I still think the quality is subjective.
Yeah, that was one thing I was going to say is quality. Sales definitely do not equate to quality, right? We've seen this in films. We've seen this in indie comics, especially. Not so much in legacy mainstream, but there's definitely some bad movies out there that have made a lot of money, and some bad comics that have made a lot of money. So
I keep getting Erwin, good job making a non-answer. I guess that wasn't fucking quality. Is this
Cynic? I don't have a mullet. Just wearing a hat, so it looks like it.
Yeah, sorry. Someone was saying it's great seeing the moderators doing the job and banning people. I don't know who's been banned. Unless this is supposed to be Matt Barr, and this is his other account. I don't know. It was just he didn't say anything bad. He just said like, "Oh, retard fight" or something in anticipation. Yeah. And I was just like, "Oh, Matt Barr's here. Fuck you."
Has no one taken your invite to jump on?
I guess not.
They're scared.
I guess no one's got any beef with Tyler or BA.
That's good. They're a bunch of bitches. You heard me.
No, it's fun. Hey, how am I doing? This is for chat too with y'all. How am I doing moderating? You know, I feel like y'all haven't been combative to need to interject, but as far as the chat, so many chats, I'm like, all right, I kind of like trying to time 5 seconds, change the chat just so everyone's at least getting seen.
Nah, I think you're doing a good job. I will say it. Like I went on Lucid's when I did Lucid show with Tony. The only thing that I wish he had done better was like, and maybe he didn't want to, and it's okay, is like there were so many personal jabs, and I would say like a personal jab would hit, and I would just look at the camera like
The Office.
Yeah, like we would say the point, and then they would be like, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And it's like a personal jab, and I'm like, so, but no, like this has been great. It's been very respectful.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, hey, maybe this could be instead of like, I don't know, Dark Gift or something. This can be the home of CG indie comics debate. I've been watching a lot of Andrew Wilson lately. He's taken my interest. I don't know if you follow.
Oh, dude, I just heard a clip today from him, and I was like, oh fuck, that was not a good thing to say.
Okay, you'll have to send it to me, but yeah, I watched his appearance with the most recent one with the feminist. It like instinct was like, you will not talk to me that way and stuff. It's like, we're at a fucking debate. What are you talking? But you know, I enjoy him, but he does have an irritating way of, and I don't know if this is like a debate strategy to win or if he's there to debate to educate and discuss. And because he'll do this like term definition stuff, and he's always arguing with leftists, so then they're always like, you know, dodging and trying to step around the corner that they're stuck in with like their argument, you know.
Well, I will say, like, going back to that stream I did with Lucid where we were talking about is art objective or subjective, and I did a ton of research on it, and like I was always trying to give a definition. And the reason why you have to have definitions is before you argue, you have to have like a foundation so that everyone agrees on. So if you're like, this is what objective art, like this book is objectively good, we have to agree on what those objective terms are. Because if we're not agreeing on what makes something objectively good, then it's subjective. So with Dan, when he's saying art, this is objectively good because God, he's like, the Christian God says this. I'm like, okay, but what if my Mormon God says it's this? And I objectively believe that my Mormon God or my Buddhist God or my Muslim God. So like we can agree, you can say something's objectively good, but you like the parties have to agree on what those standards are to then say the objective stuff.
I mean, I think there's variables. I think it's situational to an extent. Right. There are obvious cases where you can look at art or hear music and it's objectively bad, right? They can't keep a tune, for example.
Yeah.
Things of that nature. But I mean, in regards to like comic art, for example, right? I think everyone can agree, like John Byrne, Dale Keown, right? Others that we've talked about, like they're objectively talented. Their quality of art is objectively good. Now, whether or not the book is objectively good, that's where the variables come into play, right? Is the story good? Is the story structure good?
Or if I
intriguing?
enjoy looking at, because like I might not enjoy looking at their art, but it's still like you can't be like, well, their anatomy, like you could say like their anatomy is perfect, their shading is on point. You might not like the style, but objectively, it hits,
right.
Whether you like it or not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I get in those sometimes with Godfather, for example. And I think it's partially a dated work. It influences this where I'm like, yeah, it's a good movie, but like,
fuck you, Angus, it's the best.
I've seen The Departed, so the fact that this is above The Departed on ranking, it's not just good recency. It's like I think Departed has escalated what Godfather enabled the next level of like pushing the envelope. So I don't hold The Godfather in high regard. I try to watch Scarface, and I watched a synopsis. I appreciated the
what it does,
the scope that the video was talking about outside of the film directly, but I just can't stand the voice. I don't care. Again, things have gone better thanks to what it started. So there's that factor for me with objectivity, where I'm like, for me, objective art means like, I think George Lucas maybe doesn't say it directly, but he talks a lot about it in this behind the scenes for Star Wars. It's all about like tools, and so from that you learn there is an objective way to use tools, and then you get into this like gray area of storytelling where it's like, if I make a plot beat this way, it's meant to elicit X, but it could be the actor could fail at conveying the right emotion, so you're not like, or the music doesn't pair well, or the lighting sucks. There's always other objective factors that can be subjective in how you're interpreting what was intended. So that's where you get in this like gray area, and that's where I think the argument spills into where you and Godfrey are having this argument that are kind of on two different wavelengths about subjectivity.
Because you can have to me, I base everything on, at the end of the day, the customer satisfaction. What was the customer experience? So for like Godfo, like when he's talking about objectivity, you could have a book that checkmarks all the you fit all the objective criteria. You did the 3-act structure. You have a character arc. You did this. Objectively, you have made a good book, and yet no one gives a shit, or the reader read it and hated it. Even though you checklist all the good stuff, I did the 3-act structure. My character arc hit this. I had this protagonist. I had this. Even then, you still have to have the customer satisfaction to me, and to me, that's where then the quality is subjective. Because you can have a perfectly written book, and if no one likes it, then like, what was the objective of the book? To me, the objective of me making anything is for someone to enjoy it, and if they didn't enjoy it, then to me, I did it wrong. That's for me. That's for me personally. But if your goal was just to make an objectively good book, regardless of how anyone feels, by all means, go do it.
Yeah, I think it's extra tricky for indies because our projects are only getting in front of a very, very small amount of people, right? So even their feedback may not be what the general consensus would be if it was released by a major publisher, for example, right? So ours will most likely never get a chance to be reviewed by a director or a film producer, for example. We won't be able to gauge sales to the general population. We won't be able to gauge customer reviews or feedback from the general population because we're in this tiny space. And then within that tiny space, right, our book is only getting in front of so many people. So it's like even if a book may not connect with that very tiny group of people, it doesn't mean it's not objectively good or good in the broader sense of the population. It's that our reach doesn't allow us to get a good consensus or judgment unless it's right something that's just completely like out of this world ugly or
Yeah. Or maybe
out of line.
but maybe your work and like just from a business standpoint, maybe you don't need like that's the one thing I love about the internet. Maybe you don't need mainstream 100,000 millions of people to love your work to sustain yourself. Like I said, it's just that core 1,000. Maybe you just create that echo chamber of a core 1,000 who are like, this shit's the best. And you're like, yeah, it is. And it might like the whole rest of the world might be like, no, dude, this is fucking shit. But it doesn't matter because these 1,000 people are like, I love this. It's the best. And they're buying your stuff. And people might go, oh, they're in an echo chamber. But to me, I'm like, no, they just like found their audience and they're true fans. Like maybe if you were to throw ISOM or the Ripperverse into the mainstream, people might go, wow, this is not good. But then Eric July, he can go, okay, it doesn't matter that 99% of the world thinks this sucks because the 1% is still bringing me $3 million a year and I'm still able to sustain it. And to me, that's awesome. Like to me, that's what I love about the internet is you just have to find the right amount of people to sustain yourself. I was talking with my employees today and I'm like they're like, Tyler, like how are we gonna get to like we're right now our goal is to hit $1 million in revenue for our company, and I'm just like, guys, we can either bring in 10, we can like we're already at a certain point. I'm like, to hit the other point, we either bring in 8 big clients, 20 mid clients, or we bring in 40 or 50 small clients. Which one do you guys want to do? They go, oh, we'd rather find like 5 big clients. I'm like, okay, that's what we're gonna do. So yeah, like you don't, and so it's like, yeah, I service 10 people, but we're making $1 million a year. So like, I don't need millions of customers. I just need 10 really high paying ones. So
yeah, I mean, in regards to, I mean, I could understand why Eric would think like his situation is ideal or great. I mean, of course, we don't know what his profit margins look like and his overhead and all that, one can suspect. But my concern lies in what does his presence, his narratives do to the indie space, right? How will it impact other creators? Will they then try to emulate him in order to try to hit those sales? And I saw a lot of people, some that have already faded out of the promotional arena, like they're basically propping up the Ripperverse to be like, hey, this is indie. This is what everyone should be striving for. Why? Just because of the dollar amounts, not because the properties of the characters are truly unique or inspiring, solely because of the amount of money they made. But they neglect to either realize or share with their audience that it's primarily just because of his previous endeavors, right? Political commentary on YouTube, music, and all that. It's not because, like EVS, like Shane and others, right? Not because they've already mastered their craft, they've already been successful in the field, and they brought, customers and loyal fans to their new endeavor. And I think that's just a bad precedent to set in the indie space of like, hey, maybe we should be trying to shine a light on those that are actually doing it the right way, or at least putting the effort towards respecting the medium and having the focus be on quality versus just how much money you make. Yes, there are some people that make the money and have the quality, but there's just too many instances of where they're focusing on promoting and putting those that do not have the quality aspect in the limelight,
I will say that there are elements of the indie scene that I do agree do suck. For example, like everyone's numbers are public on crowdfunding. We've just grown to understand that and have to live with it. And because of that, we look at if you don't hit this dollar amount, your book isn't good. And that, I don't like that. I personally don't like that precedent. It's always about the dollar amount. I don't like that.
And the reverse of that too, right? In my opinion, that just because a book makes a bunch of money, that it's
100%
good, right?
Both, yeah. But I just hate I hate the focus of the money aspect. It's just it did well. Fuck you. It did 500,000. Oh, your book's not doing well. It only made 100,000. I'm like, bitch, if I made 100,000 on my crowdfunding, I'd be so happy. I'll do a backflip and risk breaking my neck. So I don't like that precedent. I agree with you on what I when it comes to Eric July is saying this, therefore people are going to follow this. I think that's just always going to happen with bigger names because they are influential. When EVS, when the Comicsgate stuff happened and EVS and Richard Meyer, with Richard Meyer, a lot of people were like, this guy can make a comic, I can too. So a lot of people started jumping in and making comics, and then that's when you got a ton of people like Detective Dead, fucking Conquest with James Dean, and Sovereign, where people made books and were like, oh shit, this, I don't want to do this, or this is kind of hard, or they weren't actually in it. So then they fucking leave. Then they just leave. And I think that was something that you saw really prevalently in Comicsgate from 2018 to 2020, where everyone's like, I can make a comic, and then because all these other people did, and then they realize they can't, or they're just not in it. They realize how hard it is, and then they leave. On the Kickstarter side, you see Pat Shan, and he's doing Pat Shan and Kat Kalamia and Brian Polito, and they're doing really, and Bad Bug Media. These four companies, creators, are doing really well with these NSFW comics, and they're putting out volume. So then people go, oh, that's the thing I should do. NSFW books and volume, even though they're not hitting the level that these four other companies are. And so I think it's just natural that whenever bigger players start doing something, you're naturally going to get emulators who try to do it, and they either do a worse version of it or they can't do it at all. If I've seen people try to emulate the iconic model and fail to do it. I've seen some people try to. I'm seeing people right now trying to emulate Eric July's universe model, and I'm like, well, fucking good luck doing that. You do not have the capital that he has. I saw people try to do the Comicsgate stuff on Indiegogo, and I'm like, I've 4 or 5 campaigns where I'm like, fuck, I'm never gonna get that book, and I don't even know who the person, that person's disappeared. And then I see the same thing happen on Kickstarter. So I just think when you have big players, naturally people are going to emulate in a worse way.
Well, I think I'm going to have to call it quits here. I do have to work in a couple hours. But
hey, I've had those days.
I'm glad we were able to go this long, though. I wasn't sure, considering we started at 10, but no, this went really well. So appreciate the chat and everyone being here, and for you setting this up, and for us getting together and doing this, Tyler. So I think it was good, and I think it was good for the chat. So
yeah, man, I dug it.
I think another couple streams we'll have Tyler and CG.
Dude, I've been here since 2018. I'm not until Ethan stops calling me a faggot. No, I don't like wearing flags. I just think it causes problems. But I'll stream with anyone, like Comicsgate, Ripperverse. Dude, my claim to fame in 2018 was on a Monday. I had Heather Antos on my stream, and then on Tuesday I had John Malin on my stream.
Oh wow.
That was my there was like, whoa, Tyler did that. I'm like, guys, I'm for everyone. And then on Wednesday I had Doug Tenaple. So I was like, guys,
whoa,
I have everyone who hates everyone here. I'm just swimming through.
Hey, everyone gives Heather flack, but I love those milkers. So she's good in my book. Zach can say all the crap he wants, but she's
he's got to thank her. He's got to have some respect for her. She made him.
Yeah.
He hated it. He'd be like, fuck that Tyler guy. She did not make me.
Hey, I appreciate both y'all. Sorry I didn't get to all the chats. So I'm gonna y'all can leave whenever. I'm just gonna get to these super chats. I appreciate it, y'all. And yeah, Tyler, BA, you go sleep. I don't know what kind of work you do, but I work in a factory, so I know the importance of a regular sleep pattern, or at least getting a nap before work. So you head out, man.
Well, again, yeah, thank you guys, and have a good rest
BA.
of the night, and yeah, take care. See you guys.
Right. Don't fuck that BA.
Fuck that guy, dude. We're on it. Fuck that guy.
It's funny when this all came up, and I was like messaging you like, shit, I've been talking to this guy for like almost 2 years. What the fuck? I remember we streamed, I was talking about Batman, and I really threw you for a loop with my points about like the political depth of the Dark Knight, and you were just so flabbergasted by it.
Yeah,
not in a bad way, but you never contemplated that.
Yeah, well, like when you sent me that message, I was just like, fuck. Like, I was just like, do I want to do this? Because, like my last debate I did with that Tony James guy, and he was in the chat for a hot second. Maybe he's still watching, fucking lurker. I did such a bad job during my debate with Tony because he just kept doing these personal jabs, and it just caught me off guard because I was like, oh, I thought we were gonna like have a respectful conversation and whatnot. And he's like, I'm just critiquing you. I'm like, you're not critiquing. You're just saying I suck. That's not a critique. It's like, and so it just shot. So I did a really bad job. And then I during that debate, I did not get my points across. I just kept looking at the camera like what the fuck am I supposed to do? I'm just getting insulted here. So when you were like, do you want to do the same with BA? I was just like, man, I have a ton of respect for how BA like holds himself. And I can be an emotional roller coaster where I can be like, well, fuck you. Like, I can get to that level, and I'm like, I gotta fucking like. And my business partner is like, hey, Tyler, if you're going to be like talking to clients, if you're going to be like the face of this company, you got to talk slower. You got to get to your point faster. And so I was like, okay, I'm just going to do this.
What is the company you work for, if you don't mind me? Or like, what do you do?
I run I run a marketing business. Okay. Yeah. So I run a marketing business. So I just like bring on clients and we do their marketing, and I try to do a retainer of like 5 to 10K a month per client.
So what, you're like kind of like Mad Men in a way?
Yeah, dude, I'm Don Draper without the looks or the stomach. Yeah, so like I've got like, so basically like what I do, I run the day to day. I try to bring in the clients. I basically like create the marketing strategy for each company, and then I have I have employees, and I just go, here you go, like make this shit happen. And then if they don't make it happen, or like they struggle with something, I have to come in and be like, all right, like this ad doesn't hit, we have to do this, switch this over, let's look at the data.
How what's like not disclosing, but like
no, dude.
what is the level of like the biggest client you've dealt with?
I have a client. We have a client right now doing 20K a month. But it's because we have a program that they lease, and they lease it per office. So we actually don't do much marketing for them. They just lease the software.
Okay.
But the highest so that's the highest that we bill. But the one that we actually do marketing for is 10K.
Well, I meant like the company themselves, not you, but like who you represent.
Oh,
like how big?
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. In million, like we're talking millions,
Okay.
like multi-million.
And it's just, how did you get in this exactly,
dude? Do you have time?
Yeah.
Because like my story, like, and the reason why people are like Tyler, why is Tyler so passionate about like marketing? Like it's so boring. It's like I went to college for journalism during the 2016 election. I was like, I'm going to be a journalist. I'm going to work for a newspaper or like Fox News or something, or CNN. I'm going to get poor. I'm going to be poor, but I want to be a journalist. And my teacher saw me doodle a picture of Trump on my homework and was like, if you can draw one of these every single week, I'll get you a job. I'll get you a job at the newspaper, and they'll pay for your school full time. And I went, yeah, I'll fucking draw cartoons of Trump every fucking week. So like, if you're going to pay for my school, and they did. And so I've got no school debt. So like my goal in life was to be a journalist. And then, I was out right before I graduated, I was at my rich friend's house, and his dad was like, hey, Tyler, what do you think of this energy drink? And I drank, and I was like, it's shit. And he's like, how would you market this though? And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I would do this. I don't know. And he goes, do you want a job at my company? And I was like, yeah, it's better than Old Navy, I guess. So I went there. They just threw me in the corner of this fucking like building. Like, no, like I was just like, what do I do? And they're like, oh, just do stuff. And I'm like, there's like literally no one gave me any direction. Eventually my boss had me be in charge of their social media marketing, but didn't give me access to the social media. So I was like, what do I do? He goes, you just write out the stuff and you make content and you give it to me. I'm like, okay, so you want me to film and make videos? He goes, no. Just make content and you send it over to me and I'll post. I'm like, oh, this is stupid. I started it would take me 10 minutes every day to do my job. And I would just start doing laps around the building. And I had started noticing that everyone's watching fucking Netflix. So I was like, I guess it's okay if I watch Netflix. And I started seeing that my boss is also just sitting there watching Netflix. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to watch Netflix. So I watched Netflix for 2 months. I watched everything because in an 8-hour day, you can watch 8 episodes.
Yeah.
And I was like, fuck, I actually need to do something with my life. And I tried getting all these journalism jobs, and I was just like, it was just a bad time to be a journalist. So I was like, okay, I'm in marketing. I might as well try to learn some marketing stuff while I'm here. And the kicker was I was still making comics, and my publisher dropped me. It was a small indie publisher, but I was selling like 200 copies a month. And I was like, hey, like my series is 15 issues. You just canceled the whole company at issue 13. Who are these 200 people that are buying each issue so that I can like sell them for issues 14 and 15? I'll produce them myself. And they're like, I can't give you it. It's an email list. I'm like, oh, what's an email list? And I was like, okay, I got to learn an email list. And basically he's like, I'm not going to give you any of the customers. So essentially I had to start from scratch again, even though I have 15 issues of a comic. So I was like, fuck, I got to learn how to market. So at my job, instead of watching Netflix, I started learning how to market myself so I could sell my comics. I was like, and so then I was like, okay, I got to start a YouTube channel. Okay, this is how you film a video. This is how you edit it. So I started learning all of that stuff while on the job. And then eventually I was like, I need to get a better job. And because I've learned some of these new skills, let me see if I can get a better job. So then I got a real estate marketing job, and they're like, can you make graphics? I'm like, yeah, I can make graphics. And then they're like, can you film videos? I'm like, fuck yeah. I had never filmed a video in my life. I was like, fuck yeah. And so I learned how to, and they're like, do you have a camera? And I went, yeah, I fucking do. And I found like some shitty camera, but then I started editing. So I learned how to edit videos for my company because I was learning how to edit YouTube videos to market my comic. So like, and then I started learning how to build email lists so that I could sell my comic, which then eventually got me into a job at the publisher where I was managing a 50,000 to 100,000 email list. And they were like, you're going to get fired in 3 months if you don't bring our sales from $1,000 a month to $10,000 a month. And by the end of the year, me and my friend Clint had brought in that publisher $1 million and $1 million in revenue, and eventually 2 and 5. And so basically, like, everything I was learning was just so that I could market myself, like market my comics. So I'd be like, I wonder if this would work to market my comics. Let me try it with this author's book. And they'd be like, oh, I didn't get them any sales, so it's probably not going to work for me. Fuck them. And then eventually I left, worked at a company. I left that publishing job, worked at a company, worked for a company. I met the owner, was like really impressed with what I'd done because I kind of came in and was like, hey, your whole marketing department's doing a really bad job. And they go, okay, like, what would you do differently? I went, this is this, like, trust me. So, and I was the head of marketing. So he's like, you can do whatever you want. So I torched everything, changed everything. And he's like, wow, it was really good. Here's my personal cell phone number. And I'm like, okay. And he would just start calling me every week. Like, hey, like, I've got this idea. And I'm like, yeah. And eventually 6 months later, he's like, Tyler, if I invest in you, will you start a marketing company? And I'm like, yeah, I will. So he gave me some seed money. I got some employees, and then that's what we've been doing. So like, and now I run a marketing company. It's investor led because he gave me the capital, but that was enough to get me like started with like some employees and then started getting the groundwork. But like, the reason my marketing is so ingrained into me is because like I only learned marketing because I got kicked off from my small publisher because I was relying on them on sales when I was realizing, crap, like, if I go with another publisher and they kick me, I'm going to have to go through the same thing all over again. I don't know who the fuck these customers are. I don't know how to sell my book or grow an audience. I'm relying on the publisher's audience. I was like, I got to learn how to do it for myself. So I learned marketing for my comics, and now I have a career in marketing.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. So I guess that not knowing that, not hearing that, I guess that adds some credence, I guess, to, because obviously the way a lot of the stuff's been going with Ripperverse, how they conduct themselves, the kind of audience they're retaining, and connection with some of these YouTubers and their disingenuousness in various ways. Anyone having a positive take when you're in this, every day looks detracting bad. It's like you're going to have this natural sign, like, oh, here's a fucking shill who wants to sign on. But you giving this background, I think, gives more of your reaction is going to be perceived way more honest now. But unfortunately, people aren't going to see this every day.
Well, that's fine. I mean, and it's the end of a 4-hour like debate stream. So
that's unfortunate, Yeah, but I appreciate that.
But like, and that's why that's why as someone who's like bootstrap marketing and like learning all this stuff, I have mad respect for Eric July. Like he's built this up through various stuff, and now he's able to create the Ripperverse. And like I said, and I mean this with like the most sincerity and respect and kindness, I think what the Ripperverse is doing is really awesome. I think it's so cool. I watch the releases. I'm like, this is so fucking sick. Like, I love this. I just haven't. It hasn't gravitated. It's cool. It hasn't engaged me enough to hook.
If only the books were good to match.
Yeah, like they're like Zaylen, and I'm like, he looks weird, and I don't like that. And like the Horseman, like that one gravitated me enough because I was like, it's like Batman, but it's a horse, and I kind of like the design, so I was like, that's kind of cool. And but like I read the book, and while I enjoyed the art and I enjoyed like my time reading it, I didn't enjoy it enough to read it. Want more? It was like that was good, and like that was enough. Like that was enough. Like if like the Ripperverse was like a dinner plate, I ate 80% of it and was like, I don't need to eat like any more for now. Like that was that was good.
Okay, so I'm gonna let you get out of here because we've gone 4 hours, and I'm gonna try to call Rookie and watch something. Me and Rookie, he's in Washington, so I'm in Ohio, so we watch shit over the phone together.
Shut up, really?
Yeah, it'd be like, all right, 3, 2, 1, press play. Like, this is our thing. And sometimes we'll do movie playoffs where it's like, I want to watch this and that, and then he'll be like, well, this and that. So then we'll coin flip, and I am honest when I flip the coin on the phone, and like, yeah, fuck you one, but I still might get I might win the second toss on like, I'd rather watch that one of your shit,
Yeah.
Like, so we are going to watch. It's funny. Someone in the chat said something about Twilight. Or actually it's the super chat. Let me see. Andrew Rowland, thank you for the $5. Says one man's To Kill a Mockingbird is another man's Twilight Saga. That's so timely because we're going to start watching Twilight.
Shut the fuck up. That's so gay. You should be called a faggot.
Yeah. Oh no, it's like I enjoy the torture. He's probably watched them in depth because he has a sister. I'm an only kid. I never indulged in these. And
you don't have, but dude, you don't have to.
I can't wait. We love watching bad shit.
Oh, dude, my wife, I stayed a Twilight virgin until I was married, and she's like, Tyler, like I watched Lord of the Rings for you. And I'm like, yeah, that's good. Like, you should thank me.
Here's the thing: if I'm in a relationship, I am very even killed. Hey, watch your shit, watch my shit, shit like that. So I think it's a good compromise. So I already have that temperament. And but it's largely me getting Ricky to watch shit he is way late to watch.
So basically it's a give or take. You're like, I really want him to watch this, so I have to watch Twilight in order for me to get him to watch this.
I can't wait. Like, we're watching Hunger Games, and what's funny about that is I got into the books right before the movies came out, when like it was a craze, and I was like 20. Yeah, I was like 20, yeah. And so it was like perfect time, a little past the age it's sold to, but I'm still in that realm. And it's Jennifer Lawrence. She's a big rising star. So it's just good energy. I'm around people that are reading it. And I saw the first movie, and then I went to the army and just never followed the rest. So I've only seen the first 2. So we still haven't finished and they're making a new one, prequel of like, I guess, but they cast Elle Fanning, and now everyone's like, shit, look at her big white ass. Where did this come from? Was not in her previous movies. So, it's just a lot to love. And it's like perfect time to get into this. I can't wait. Rachel Zegler with all of her Snow White shit. I just realized Rookie, we have the Twilight or the Hunger Games prequel with Rachel Zegler. Are you excited?
Oh my gosh. All right, well, I'll let you go, man. That's so funny shit.
So I just want to, before you go, I've shared it I shared the link in the chat, his Twitter, his YouTube, and your campaign. It's about to release, right? Your 1 through 4 Super Plumber Girls.
Yeah, I'm waiting to finish on some fulfillment, and then I'll launch it. Yeah.
So when do you estimate that?
Dude, I don't know. The book is 80% done already. I'm just trying to I want to make sure. I always have like 3 campaigns going. I want to make sure that I have this next one on a print order. So it'll probably go live in like 3 or 4 weeks.
Okay.
It's a while.
Awesome. So, that's not a long time, but I assume it'd be next month. So cool. Yeah, we'll definitely have to have it on again to promote that. I hopefully will have money to back it, because I do like the first issue. It'd be good just to have the whole collection.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, so I'm glad we had this. This is a good filler because I can't stream on my normal Thursdays this week. I work overnight. So, but yeah, next week we should be having Chris Fisk of Infinitel Chronicles. Issue 2 is finally here. I put that probably 3rd in my experience with Comicsgate, behind Cyber Frog books and Magic Cop. I really love Magic Cop, so very excited to get this, and I hold it in high regard. So thank you again, Tyler. Everyone go check out the link. Sorry I didn't get to more of your chats on screen. I appreciate y'all being here. I was sharing every fucking one up to this point. So good sport, good conversation. Go sub to Tyler and go sub to BA. Follow him on Twitter. Links are in the description. Talk to y'all later.